Hello, everybody, and welcome back. SMITE Prime, it's here. It's live with our Summer Bash event and an EU Conquest tournament for you. Morty and Musy in the booth today, and we've got the whole Prime team behind the scenes. We've got Red Rosie Panda, we've got Jithens, we've got Testai. Musy, tell me how you're feeling.
I am alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic. A little early in the morning for us over in the NA region, but that's because it is an EU tournament. So rise and grind, gamers, or if you're over on the other side of the pond, good afternoon. You've already had your coffee and everything you got going on there.
So, as Musy said, EU Conquest Tournament is why we're here today. It's a one-time thing, a one-day event. It's not a circuit that goes over weeks at a time. This is all going to happen right here, right now. And this is all the prizing for the Summer Bash we've had since the 14th of June, and we'll keep having for the next couple Saturdays up until August 1st. But today's event specifically is EU Conquest.
$2,000 is going to be on the line for the winning team. Winner takes all in this event. Get a quick look at the brackets coming at you to see who's all playing, which gamers came up early enough in the morning today, and which gamers over there in the EU are going to be here. I'd recognize a couple of names already, Mort. I'm liking, you got Smoke Break, 800 GPM, Daddy's Reborn, Optimus Gang. Yo, hold on. Like, this is pretty good.
They have that team Invasion, which is pretty much just Hydrogen Bomb, but instead of Kaidon in the mid lane, it's Benny Q. So that's a pretty interesting pickup. Inner Circle is another team that I've got my eyes on. There's also 800 GPM. Definitely a couple names to keep on the lookout for. But our first match of the day that we're going to look over is Invasion, that Hydrogen Bomb team, along with La Boogs.
La Boogs.
Okay, never mind. We're watching over 800 GPM and Inner Circle.
It's interesting, too. Looks like there's a team that has a double buy. Nerf Jungle. You know what? I like the propaganda, right? I'm always down to Nerf Jungle. Like, I'm always happy to see a jungler get nerfed. So that's good stuff in my eyes. I remember there was a patch where it was like, we're gonna hit their clear speed, we're gonna hit their golden we're gonna get rid of all of it. Good. Do it again. Don't actually.
Vixen Man's ready for us. Let's take our way over there and find out what gods are going to be on screen for our first game of the day. Inner Circle up against 800 GPM, and a couple names to look at here. Deduin, very popular name amongst the scene. Dardes, who recently showed up out of nowhere for one of our earlier EU Conquest tournaments and absolutely popped off. So I've got my eyes on Dardes.
I recognize the French Emperor as well. Very appropriate name for the tournament today. But as far as bans are going, recently there was a patch where we changed items like Dwarven Plate as well as Berserker Shield. Basically, as Banco put it, items that were like Rod of Tahuti, but for prot items, eliminated those. Everything now has extra, general prot increases. But tanks, as a consequence, feel very good right now, better than they were before. I think they were already feeling good, so I'm expecting to see some picks like, I think Mordred's really strong, Bologna and Osiris are definitely up there, but mages are still on top. Picks like the Agni and the Discordia, very, very pickable. Maybe even a Nuar or a Giannis as well.
Yeah, we're in a pretty nice state overall, where I feel like there's no, super OP role. You know what I mean? I feel like we're in a good spot where junglers can look good, solos can look good, mid laners still have flat pen to work with, carries can still go crazy late game. We're in kind of a good spot where, depending on what phase of the game we're at, I mean, you've still got some strong suits. You mentioned some very strong tanks out. Mordred, Kabrakan's one that I like, but we won't see today. Banned away. Same thing with Cerberus, along with Thor, Aphrodite, and Bastet. I cannot blame you with the Bastet one.
Yeah, I think Bastet, okay, my hot take is I think Bastet's, like, overrated. But she's easy to play, and what she does is very easy to execute, and that makes her ban-worthy. But this is going to leave open picks like Kali, Dodgy, Aladdin, I think, are all very strong picks. Aladdin, even post-nerf, he loses a bit of damage, but he's still able to accomplish what he was doing in the, very late game, and that is, jump on a squishy, knock him up with the genie, dash, Kufik invocation shotgun, auto follow up, and then they just explode and die. But the Kronos here for the first pick is very interesting to me. Kronos is another character that in my eyes has been a little underwhelming every time I've seen it, so I'm hoping maybe Inner Circle can change my opinion here. Kind of depends on where he goes, right? Mid ADCs where he likes to kind of hang out, but especially now that he's got that aspect, I feel like there's some viability for him over in solo and maybe support. So very curious to see what Inner Circle can cook up there.
I kind of like the the response from Kronos' aspect of relativity to what Iset could bring to the table, because that's a range support that doesn't want you to get close. You want to play a melee god, then in the support role, it's going to be hard to get close to Iset, who provides so much space, along with Hu Yi that can, jump up and away in the blink of an eye. So you're going to need someone to kind of help close the gap, and Kronos might be a help to that. Susano and Osiris are going to be our follow-up picks. Susano surely going to the jungle, and Osiris over to solo for Daduan. And that's a pretty strong front line already.
Yeah, Osiris especially is a character that has been looking better and better and better. Kind of like as a solo laner, you can slam into solo without really having to worry about your matchup too much, because he can just live forever in lane, show up late game to a team fight, and be unkillable, right? Percent mitigation attached to his passive, and all of the items that he liked to build before got buffed, right? Berserker Shield is very good, Clad Shield's really good, the Dwarven Plate, I think you can even start slamming Pridwin now too, it's not that bad at all. But even you can go Osiris with the aspect, and because of the flat pen changes that we saw, some of the int items got buffed. There's a lot of different, ways you can play this Osiris pick, and they're all very good.
Yeah, definitely a lot of versatility as to how you want to play it. It's up to you, but no matter what, you're going to rock the lane. Sylvanas and Nuwa are going to be the response for 800 GPM, and there's a lot more safety from this 800 GPM team. This seems like we've got Inner Circle who want to run at you, all gas, no brakes, and then 800 GPM is kind of a team that wants to respond to that rush. They want to counteract and try and work their way around it. Baron and Kukulkan. Okay. Interesting.
So I'm kind of thinking Baron support, Kronos ADC, Kukulkan mid is the shuffle I would assume here. That feels very traditional. Obviously with some aspects like who knows for sure, but seeing the Susano and Osiris, knowing like Su's jungle and Osiris solo, it kind of feels like how those chips are going to fall down. It's a lot of good sustained damage from your Kronos autos, great burst from Kukulkan. You've got solid objective confirm off of Spirit of the Nine Winds. But you are really relying on, your Susanoo and your Baron to really get a fight started, it feels like. Or just kind of have your Osiris walk at 800 GPM and just be like, all right, cool. What are you going to do? I'm going to take up all this space.
Yeah. I think they've got a very solid team comp all put together. You've got an engage for Inner Circle. You've got follow-up damage. You've got kill secure if you need it. The only thing I'm really worried about, you mentioned objective secure. That's absolutely true with Spirit of the Nine Winds. But what I'm thinking in my head is I'm looking at circular protections from ESET. I'm thinking it might not hit as hard, but it's a lot easier to use. A manual detonation up against, the timing and how you got to line things up. I mean, it's got to be, everything put together perfectly for Theeks, while as what I'm assuming Vibes is just going to have, oh, well, it's ready, boop, and you press a button, So that makes objectives a little shaky.
This ESET, I think it could be going solo lane. Ever since Benko started slamming the ESET solo, I've seen it kind of rise in popularity, being able to go Bombus Cudgel, Runeforge Hammer, and then a lot of like cooldown or utility tank items. Makes her a very, very attractive pick in solo.
Let's find out if that's where she's going. Let's get into the game. It's live and ready for us, so we're hopping on in. It's Inner Circle up against 800 GPM, our first match of the day. Morty and Musy in the booth, but the prime team behind the scenes. And Musy, we've got our races and our places. The floor is yours.
Already I'm seeing, in terms of relics that we're starting off with for these picks, the Hunbat's French Emperor has a blink to go for those blink fear no evils once he hits level 5 there. That does concern me just a little bit. It means that French Emperor has to be playing the sides especially hard, because there is a lot of CC from Inner Circle that can kind of snag this Hunbots, not like accidentally, but it's kind of easy to get caught up in it, right? I think of the Wrap It Up from Baron Samedi, I think of the stun, the slow from Kronos, even like getting caught by the edge of a whirlwind, and suddenly you're just going to be slowed and get caught up in everything else. The Porish Coast, I think, is going to win the 1v1 versus the Hunbots, just because he's got some extra mobility and the ability to just say, hey, yoink, goodbye, and if it doesn't go well for me, I'm just gonna typhoon away. So keeping an eye out for that. As far as like solo lane, which is where I really like to put my eyes these days, I think it's so fun. That lane is a really good time for a couple of patches now. E-set with the aspect, Bumba's Cudgel, so being able to weave in your auto attacks between every ability. She's got a lot of sustain. She can make herself shields with the aspect. She doesn't necessarily have to land the silence, so you can just have it. And then Osiris has picked up the Death's Toll, which means we're probably going to see something like a Shogun's Rush, because I see that rune to start things off. So like Shogun's, Golden Blade, Berserkers, Dwarven Plate. I feel like there's so many items that feel very, very good to have in the solo lane. But aside from that, I also am seeing this Kronos ADC for the first time. And something to note about this Kronos ADC, Mort, is that you are building like a mage and then slapping on a Nimble Ring and then calling it a day. You're an ADC now. It's kind of what it feels like, the best way to play this pick. Like, yep, I'm a mage, I'm a mage, I'm a mage. Oh, all of my int has become attack speed. I'm going to hold left click. I've been a hunter the whole time.
It seems interesting because I like the build path, but it seems like very few gods can really rock it like Kronos can. I thought about Poseidon aspect when that dropped, a couple others, but it seems like Kronos is just the best fit for it. Beats pulled off of a nice root from Vives, but both junglers show up on the left side of the map and continue to push forward towards 800 GPM's jungle. Criquito jumps in and takes down Streak. That's first blood. For 800 GPM, Vaporish Coast is down to 50 health and barely able to escape. Darda is still in the jungle with not a lot of mana to work with. Tried to find a kill on Criquito, who's down to at least 20 health, but Ko shows up around the side, finds a flank, hits an ability, and runs for his life. So does Dardes. At least that's revenge.
Man. Well, Link and Gotta. French Emperor cleans up Vaporish Coast as well. Good stuff so far. It's a very explosive start right out of the gate. Both junglers rotating to be maybe a little bit behind the timing for that first neutral red buff on the left-hand side. And when everybody is all clumped up together, I feel like both the duo 3v3s are like happy to brawl on top of each other. Like this Hou Yi has the aspects, all of his autos are bouncing. Like he effectively cannot miss when he's in that corridor. And then Sylvanas has AoE autos. He's got a root that he can throw out, but think too, like Streak and Dardes are able to throw out these giant circle autos that just get a ton of damage off. Like, you throw out a couple junglers in the mix there, it's just going to be a hot pot of disaster. So it's a good pickup, but think about who got the kills, right? The ADC and the jungler for 800 GPM are going to be a leg up over their competition.
Gank over here in solo lane to doing is getting chased down as French Emperor dives in, somersault and overhead smash. Does a lot of damage to the doing, but Ko shows up around the corner, finds a good flank on a French, and man, that Susano damage is nothing to blink at.
Good lord. Well, the Hunbots jumps over the wall to commit on top of the Osiris, and once he's jumped in, he's committed, right? The Hunbots has nowhere that he could really go. The Susano swoops around the side and scoops him up. And that's going to give level 5 to the Osiris as well. So it means that the ESET, Wengu can't really step up too hard. Else they're just going to get rooted and anti-healed all the way to the lane and back. So just not a great showing there. But, French Emperor's trying to keep the aggression on, trying to keep the pressure on. One of the things that saved the Osiris there too, even though, I've got my magic protection and nothing else beyond that. Remember that Osiris does have percent mitigations just as a passive, right? 2% per lost body part, going all the way up to like 16%. There are 8 parts. So being like, oh, cool. I get to live forever even without protections early in the game, just rocking off my base prots, does make him kind of a tough gank. And another thing that makes him a tough gank is the fact that his ultimate's on like a 70-second cooldown. Another reason why I love this Osiris pick. He's just very hard to gank. He's very hard to kill. He's got a lot of damage to come out. And because of his, mitigations, he just lives forever.
Ult down, Sunbreaker for this neutral camp. Forest Coast is around the corner. Life of the party utilized, but Dardes gets melted down by Grequito. Fear No Evil is out and beads used, so we can continue the chase on the coast. Root under the tower and diving under French. Oh no, that's Huyi that gets another kill. That's a third for Grequito. 800 GPM are making moves and now making their way towards Gold Fury.
It was a really, really good ult there from Traquito. Catches Dardes. He had nowhere to go, so he just gets scooped up. Kukulkan, he has ult. Can he go for the steal?
He's getting zoned by Vibes, who will not let Theeks near the Gold Fury pit. And in return, it goes to 800 GPM uncontested. So a good move by GPM. They got the gank and the gold.
Man, 3 kills, like you said before, to Traquito in total, and now a Gold Fury is going to accelerate this whole Yi really quickly. You see that Avenging Blade is online and a Leather Cowl, which is also fairly interesting. I've noticed a few ADC players have been opting for this Leather Cowl, as opposed to something like the Gilded Arrow that's been so incredibly heavily favored for such a long time. We finally added enough things to this item and also fixed it so it's not bugged anymore. So you can actually build it and have it. Just being able to get a little bit of attack speed and movement speed, either alone or with a friend, kind of helps you depending on the situation that you're in. But Chronos is a late game hyperscaler, right? It's passive, scales him all the way to late game. He wants to activate his accelerant a whole bunch of times to get more int. He wants to be able to get to, minute 30 to be the most effective. Hou Yi is not letting him get to that chance to be like, all right, cool, I want to be in the late game.
That was a Cersei's out from Vibes as we're chasing down Dardes through the Gold Fury pit. Life of the party utilized to try and find a lockdown onto Grequito, who jumps into the air and then leaps away. Theeks is able to clean up onto Vibes, and now Winter Circle are chasing down GPM through the Gold Fury pit. Now on the other side of the jungle, and I don't think there's any way. Maybe Coast can find a pull. Spear of the Nine Winds, barely off the mark. Still force Aegis away from Aim Blue and hides under tower with a couple hundred health. Inner Circle are going to settle on this purple buff instead.
Looks like they're going to pull that, but 800 GPM still in the area. No ultimates to their name mean that they can't really contest too hard. It was a good rotation from Inner Circle. Dardes had good comms to be like, hey, they just Cersei's Hexstoned on top of me. That means the Sylvanas has no mobility to speak of. And because Dardes has that shifter shield slotted in the first item slot, once he drops below a certain health threshold, he gets a little bit more prot. So all the damage that you're doing initially maybe isn't as informative as you like, because once you hit him again, you're like, oh, wait, he's got a little bit more chunkiness to be added. We don't have that much flat pen attached to Aim Blue yet. We do have a little bit of flat pen for the Jotuns, but a lot of prots, and the shifters out at the gate, and, some intelligence, too.
Oh my goodness, Coast is running at French in his own jungle. Typhoon barely doesn't find the kill. Beats Force off of a root. Over the wall, somersault, and an overhead smash onto Vaporous Coast skull. That's a kill for French.
Good plays there from Vibes. Be able to keep French Emperor alive. It's like I said before, Coast should be winning the 1v1s versus French Emperor. The Hunbots doesn't have the aspect, so he's got no way to interrupt anything that Coast is doing. Ultimate out and left side.
Rewind used, and over the wall streak is looking to get some damage on a Grequito, who's down to half health and even less mana, but goes for a camp instead, as Vibes is a little bit late to that party on left side.
Yeah, I thought maybe there was the potential for something there, but I like the way Grequito took the safe option, holding around that left-hand side to make sure that they weren't going to get caught out by the Chronos. Theeks, though, in a lot of danger.
Spear of the Nine Winds does connect onto French and force back under the tower. Theeks gets that kill, and that's 1 for 1 in mid lane.
A lot of people are just kind of getting popped here.
Oh my god, beats force off Nature's Grasp, and alive with the party in response. Vibes is soaking up tower shots right now and down to 300, getting chased away. Streak should lead the initiative there. Cersei's utilized around the corner, walks right into a wrap it up. Dardes secures the kill.
Man, okay, I said it before and I'll say it again. A lot of people getting popped. good lord. So it's really funny because I feel like a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, EU players, they are a little bit more conservative. That was definitely true at the start of Smite 1 where the game gets like super slowed down. But recently it feels like there's a lot of aggression to be had in these games where they're just like, yeah, honestly, dying does not feel as impactful, so let's run it down. Let's just go after him, right? We don't have to stress out about it. Let's go for a whole bunch of kills and try to snowball into something ridiculous. So I'm feeling that transition here, even in this game, where it's pretty exciting for 8:30 in the morning. Taking a quick look at builds, I'm noticing a trend where I see 3 shifter shields. Deduin, Dardes has got it, Wengu's got it, and it is kind of like an everyman tank item right now. It gives you that extra, intelligence or strength. It gives you those prots. Plus, it can just kind of fit into every build. The question is, what are you following it up with? Deduin has got that Metal of Disruption there, so I really do feel like Shogun's is a very solid pickup for Osiris, especially into the E set here, so you can get more attack speed. But also think about, like, later in the game, you stand next to the Kronos and give them more value just by simply existing. Whereas Wengu, I feel like they could go either Shield of the Phoenix or Glad Shield to be able to just have a crazy amount of sustain. And we're not going to see it this game, but I am really curious to see if there are any solos that end up picking up Mystical Mail. I feel like that is an item that could be very good, but you have to pick it up like first or second slot. There's that Glad Shield there for Wengu. Just finish that up, so... Glad Shield's another item that I really do feel is maybe not slept on, but I was talking about it with some other players and we're like, I think it's gonna get hot patched? Because, like, man, like 10 plus 40% of your item protections as bonus damage, and because there are so many protections in the game right now, it feels like this Glad Shield just gets a crazy amount of value because you're just building full tank anyways.
Ghost ganks in through the totem buff, and Deduin is walking in and just slinging away his hammer right now. Look at the damage being put out. That's ult out from Osiris. Ghost goes right through the circle of protections, lands Typhoon, and does decent damage, but French Emperor showing up is giving Ghost a run for his money. Wengu shuts him down. Deduin gets the kill on the French. That's both junglers dead, but we're diving under tower? No, we're not. We're playing it safe. Wengu's hiding under there. Deduin has half health and holding down the wave, while Theeks and Dardes are here on the right side of the map looking to invade a little bit. No blue buff to take, but maybe we can grab Firebrands.
You saw Wengu pop that circular protections, maybe just a little bit too late. Deduin was able to connect with that ultimate before the circular protections popped, so it made it so that the E-set was not able to heal, which made it so that when French Emperor was in the mix trying to get that last bit of damage in, I mean, E-set can't really commit too much of her own life to that fight, still waiting on those cooldowns and still waiting on the opportunity to get in there. Whereas, Deduin already getting a lot of value from this Shogun's, especially thinking about how Coast is right around the corner.
Ghost is back. Circle of Protections dropped yet again. Wengu has no mana to work with, so Wengu surely will fall here. Good kill by Deduin.
Again, these ultimates are on such a short cooldown, right? Wengu feels safe because, I have circular protections. Oh, Vives is dead.
Oh, Gold Fury might be dead too, down to 2,000. We're going for kills instead. Shriek shuts down Vives, and Wengu's still dead in solo. Circle of Protection, no, not. Oh, wait, Aim Blue got it for GPM. That was huge. That was huge. The Spirit of the Nine Winds was a little early, and 800 GPM can secure right after. Consigned Spirits finds a good heal, and Inner Circle is back into the fight. 800 GPM running for their lives. This is wild what's happening here.
Man, and it looks like Inner Circle are just able to completely clean up the fight afterwards. So 800 GPM are able to get, that gold, but Inner Circle's team fight is just so strong. Vaporish Coast, especially on this Susano, is just tearing through everybody. I mean, you've got the Barb Carver, the Hydras that make all of the autos that Susano weaves in that much better.
Oh my god, where did Streak's health bar go? Ghost is getting ran down through the jungle, trying to escape French Emperor, but Dardes shows up and cleans it up. Makes sure that Coast will be okay. Vibes gets rooted down as well. Coast gets another kill. That's 2 dead for GPM.
Woof. Alrighty. It's gonna calm down here for just a little bit. Good lord. I mean, all of these kills are happening right as Moonlight Queen Naga are around the corner, and good on 800 GPM, I think, for keeping Inner Circle distracted, or at least dealing enough damage to their health bars to poke them so that they can't walk immediately over to that objective as it spawns. And when you have, you know, your E set in the back pocket that's still going to have their ultimate ready to go, feels like you could contest it still, right? And I always like to call the Moonlight Queen Naga the tipping point for a game, where if you were in the lead before, you get to create a crazy lead. If you were behind, you get to tie up the game. It confirms your next little bit of time there. But it feels like 800 GPM are not interested in the Naga. They're interested in the left side, potentially.
Yeah, we want another kill on the Streak and Dardes. Maybe both of them if our odds work out that way. Over somersault into the overhead smash, and that's a great rewind from Streak, but puts him back in an even worse position. There goes the ult. There's, oh my god, Terra's Wrath and a Sunbreaker. So nowhere Streak can go. But it looks like Inner Circle are just struggling to stay alive from these fierce ganks from GPM.
But Inner Circle are able to play the other side of things as they walked over and got a piece of that Moonlight Queen Naga. So you give some and you take some. If you're 800 GPM, maybe you could try to take a tier 1 tower, but a good defense from Dardes is going to keep it afloat. So, and this is what I was talking about before, where I feel like the Moonlight Queen Naga is a tipping point, because the one that we just saw, the fact that 800 GPM was able to win that fight in the left side while Inner Circle takes that Naga, this means that 800 GPM are going to be able to kind of keep the game going on for a little bit longer if we are able to effectively trade out, so Inner Circle can't go for too much after the fact. It was interesting to me that they didn't immediately jump on something like a Pyromancer. Now 800 GPM is going to be here to, you know, stand up and be strong around that. French Emperor has finished stacking up his Transcendence. They've got the Reaper here too, so you got plenty of flat pen. So if the Sunbats is able to find Theeks or even Coast, now they might have the damage to actually, you know, burst through them and get that last bit across the finish line. But notably here, you can see what's sticking out to me is the fact that Vibes is still a little bit behind here, 2 levels down, 0-4. All you have is Genjis. So the Sylvanas, if they get, you know, poked out by Coast, or if Deduin decides to stand next to them, the Sylvanas is going to be taking a lot of damage from these physical characters. It makes sense that they have the Genjis because there's so much magical damage, but again, if Coast decides that it's Sylvanas' time, then I think the time is up.
Time is almost up for this mid lane tier 1. It did get some practice, but it looks like Inner Circle aren't going to have the means to take it down just yet. We did get the Ritual in the mid lane, and now looking at the Pyromancer. It's burning down quick because of the Whirlwind, but 800 GPM are on it. They smelled it out and now walking towards Pyro to make sure that it doesn't go the way of Inner Circle, but they're going to go back. So burning it yet again, and I think they're going to be able to get it. Spirit of the Nine Winds to secure Runic Bomb in pocket.
I mean, that is the strong part of this Inner Circle composition, especially because the Cuckoo has a fully stacked Book of Thoth and Ratatouille online, so we're getting a lot of damage on that Spirit of the Nine Winds. Dardes just stole both of the Oracles. Okay, Dardes. And you mentioned it before, right? ESET is going to be the objective confirmed for 800 GPM, but she was over in the right side duking it out with Deduin. And while ESET is going to have those extra prots, right, shifters, as well as Dwarven Plate and your Glad Shield, she is still down from Deduin because of those ganks that happened earlier in the game. Like, Deduin is big chilling. We got our Golden Blade online. Looks like we got Olmec Blue and a bow. No, are we? Hold on. Life regen and attack speed. It's not Arrow's bow. That auto just hit for 6-7. I just saw it. I saw 3 of them. Hey, left side gank.
Okay, Coast walking straight towards Carquito, who jumps into the air and lands back down. Eats a Zephyr. Whirlwind thrown down. Oh my god, the damage is online for Theeks.
Woo! Like I said before, Boomba. Ratatouille's up, and we're ready to rock and roll. But I like the movement from 800 GPM here. In fact, Dardas could be in trouble.
Okay, Consigned Spirits live for the party. Afterwards, looks like a good root. Finally connects. Aim Blue locked down in place, and Coast is there to clean up for a kill.
Yeah, not a whole lot that Aim Blue can do. You'll notice that they have the Aegis, not the beads. So if Dardas pops that life of the party, the Nua without ultimate is going to be a bit of a sitting duck there. And it's unfortunate too, because it looked like 800 GPM were in a position to potentially get a pincer on Dardas, but he falls back to the tower and is able to pop that ultimate right as too, like Coast was around the corner, so it's very difficult for anybody to actually fight this Baron. Gold Fury confirmed by Inner Circle. It'll only be their first one, but man, being able to abuse that gold lead that they're starting to develop here, it's going to be kind of intense.
Yeah, it's going to make a big difference, especially getting around Fire, which is up right now and can be taken. And I'm sure as the game goes on, we're going to be seeing more look at that. You've got really good burn from Inner Circle. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for it sooner than later.
Good burn, but also good area control, right? You think about the tornadoes from Theeks. Dardas is able to throw out a lot of abilities like non-committal and kind of eat up space, but to do it especially, now you've got your Dwarven Plate online. This guy is very, very tanky. Level 20 means that we'll be able to back and get our Death's Embrace instead of just a Death Toll, so that means each auto attack we're healing a percentage of our health, not just a flat little baby number. Inner Circle really want to bait 800 GPM into a fight around an objective to, force them into an uncomfortable position. But then, if they wanted to commit to it, if they decide, like, you burn your FG down to, 5,000, 6,000 health, you're like, all right, come in here and fight me. And if they decide not to fight them, we don't have any bombs, so we've got that Spirit of the Nine Winds to be like, all right, cool. Burn it, pop ult, call it a day. Right? As long as Wangu isn't around to try to steal it with that circle of protections, then Inner Circle should just have prio over any big objective that they want.
So Krakito getting cornered, throws down the Sunbreaker, wrap it up to lock him in place, and trying to fight his way out of this. Up downs, hits the knockup, and Streak gets taken down. Life of the party finds the stun to lock him down so Coast can clean up yet another kill. French, oh my god, blinks for the overhead smash, but barely misses. Dardas down to 200 health, and French is not giving up on the chase because we've got reinforcements here. There's another. Aim Blue just showed up on left side, but is getting ran at by Coast, who hits the Typhoon, takes him down. Both junglers clean up Dardas and Aim Blue, and now we're just running away from each other. Coast is trying to escape through the jungle, but finds a pool. Can Coast get the cleanup damage? No. French shows up with one more infused strike. Down goes Coast, but we can get Pyromancer. Inner Circle, we're burning that the whole time.
Oh my goodness, dude. Krakito went insane there. Like,
yeah.
We're watching this whole, you were like, oh, this guy's about to die. This guy's about to get cooked. It's Jover. French Emperor got picked off on the side there. Theeks. Zephyr, Haktua. But look at the build for this whole Yi. We have Avenging Blade, Rip Talon, Titan's Bane, Executioner. There is percent penetration or protection shred on each of these items. This guy hits you like twice, and you're just taking true damage at that point. I don't even know what to say to that one. That's an insane Ho Yi build. Love seeing that.
Yeah.
But it felt like Inner Circle was like, yeah, we're just gonna kill this guy real quick and be done with it. But no, he was just able to show up. But now this FG pull, this is what I was talking about before, more.
This is outrageously bold. 800 GPM know that they're doing it because of a Nuwa ult. So Inner Circle are not hiding it by any means. Instead, we're dropping and going for a fight. As Vibes goes down to half health, gets chipped away at even quicker. Oh my goodness. So there's your support dead. GPM now down one man as Inner Circle are going right back to the FG. Whirlwind goes on top of it. Circle of protections dropped, and Life of the Party pulls one. Down goes Wangu, barely alive. French is able to walk in and take it down. So 800 GPM just stole FG. Daduan gets taken down by Krakito, and Blue kills Streak, and a massive Spirit Ball stuns too. Fear No Evil in response. Daduan barely able to get the dagger off, but Dardes running for his life. Deduin's looking to clean up on the back line. Here comes the menace that's been farming it solo for 20 minutes. Wangyu in the back line wipes away Dardes. Deduin the only one left alive, but will he fight his way out of this? It looks like he is, and man, he's going to be hard to kill.
He's got the tethers popped. He's taking less damage. Up, down with the ultimate. No, I don't know about this.
He's still swinging, and man, it took him a minute, but finally able to shut down Deduin. A good kill for Wangyu, and a massive leap forward for 800 GPM. That's a stolen Fire Giant and a Deicide split out across the team.
Man, and it's so funny because that fight goes the way that Inner Circle want it to go. Like I was saying before, they pull FG because they're baiting a fight. They know that they have really good confirm to be able to, finish it off. But I really feel like we got greedy around that FG pit, where Theeks threw out that ultimate a bit early for the fight. We didn't have it to confirm FG, but Deduin stuck the Fire Giant the whole time. It was Krakito with the bouncing auto attacks that swooped in and got the damage there.
Wait, getting ran at in the Ancient Gold Fury pit. Inner Circle showed up to try and contest it, but 800 GPM now just want to fight, so Dardes is going to get stunned and killed. Down their support, Inner Circle lost one body. They have no means of contesting this Ancient Gold Fury. 800 GPM get their third Gold Fury pip. They get a weakened tier 2 in mid and solo. I mean, they just can't stop winning.
Man, and Krakito also upgraded their leather cowl, so now we have Hunter's cowl. They're going to be getting more movement speed, more attack speed. This Hou-Yi damage is just going to be off the charts. I'm still in awe of that FG steal, but also this Hou-Yi build is like out of this world for me. I have not seen this one yet. This is new. That's new technology for me. And it is funny because I think Hindu was telling us last night. He's like, I'm telling you. Protection, shred, percent protection. It's good. It's good. I'm telling you, it's good. I'm like, yeah, I feel like nobody's been building Xe or anything like that. Lo and behold, something about you. They know what's going on. That's insane. Also, Pyromancer confirmed by 800 GPM. So this is a massive swing. So initially in this game, Inner Circle was very firmly in control. It felt like Coast was able to dictate the pace of everything. Deduin was winning over in solo lane. But French Emperor on this Hunbot's pick has been actually electric so far. Being able to swing things in the favor of 800 GPM. And now that we're getting this Hou-Yi out of the lane. And remember, this Hou-Yi was the early winning point for 800 GPM. They were 3-1 at 2 or 3 minutes in the game. Now we're able to take this and move it elsewhere. The other ticking time bomb, though, for 800 GPM, the thing that they have to kind of worry about is the fact that Kronos is slowly but surely getting their build online and becoming that late game hyperscaler. But so far, they've been doing a good job keeping Streak from being able to do too much on the map. He's kind of relegated to farming out or split pushing so that he can get his last bit of damage through. He's, maybe 600 gold away from that Rod to Hootie, so it won't be available for this next defense if 800 GPM want to try to force things. But looks like we're going to strip everything of the tier 2s. FG is going to fall off at this point more. So now we have a minute. We have a minute before FG spawns, and this next FG either decides the game for 800 GPM, or Inner Circle turns it around to, in turn, strip away those tier 2s away from 800 GPM. So this is like the, we're going to play for, 30-minute mark, 34-minute mark to decide who gets to win the video game. Otherwise, the other thing that I noticed, it was Berserker Shield that was picked up for Deduin there. That's why that little bow is there in the Olmec Blue. So the build is fully online for Deduin. A lot of attack speed, but also between this Shifters plus Berserkers basically makes it so that when you fall below 60% health, your Shifters is moving over to prop mode, your Berserkers is proccing and giving you extra protection, so 35 extra protections of magical and physical. In total, between both your Shifters and your Berserkers is nothing to sneeze at, right? That is quite a bit, especially because your Dwarven Plate is giving you bonus protections depending on which mode that you're on. So Deduin, again, very, very, I'm going to say it again to stress this, very tanky. It's going to take a village to take him down.
30 minutes into the game. It's 21-18. Inner Circle are up 3 kills, but down 5k gold. GPM have found a very good recent swing for them after sealing an FG and rampaging throughout the map, snatching objectives. And now they look to take the next FG as well. But Inner Circle realize they're on a bit more of a level playing field now that Fire Giant belts aren't around the waist of GPM. Burning away Pyromancer, but Inner Circle walk in to take it. Streak steals it with a nice 3, and then walks out right after. Sunbreaker thrown down, and a good stun from Wangu on to Streak, who beats it off, and then is able to escape. But Cersei's in, misses Terra's Wrath, and getting burned away for it. Vibes, oh my goodness, almost got burned. Rewind, not out in time, so Streak falls. An overhead smash, stomps onto 1. Theeks secures the kill onto Vibes. Kirkito's very low as well, getting ran at by Deduin, who is just chasing down Death Race for Kirkito's headshot. Another kill down, but French takes down Coast in the back line. This fight is all over the jungle. Theeks gets another shutdown. Aim Blue is dead, and all of a sudden, French Emperor is all alone.
He'll be able to blink away. He's got jumps for days, so Inner Circle... Well, hold on. Deduin's kind of fast. He might be able to catch up to him here. No, should be fine. But the thing that really sticks out to me in that fight, 800 GPM had a good engage. Like, we found the pick onto Kronos after burning away his beads. But Deduin was able to chase after Kirkito over, like, they jump over that red buff wall. And the Hoi and the Nu are standing next to each other, but they are alone with this Osiris. That guy beats both of those characters to a pulp at this moment. So, hold on. Emperor has ult here.
He does, but is he going to try for a steal? That's... Oh, Spear the Non-Win says, no, you're not. We're not using this to secure the objective. We're using this to secure your kill. Down goes French Emperor. Obsidian Dagger in hand for Deduin, the last person I would want to have the dagger if I'm a member of 800 GPM, because that guy's never going to die now. He's got 2 lives.
Kinetic Cuirass. Ooh, okay. Deduin finishes his build with Kinetic Cuirass. And I like this for a few reasons. Dual prots, which is ridiculous. Plus plating, plus 300. Like, this item is statted insanely. This is just an absurd amount of things to get from an item. But the passive is what really stands out to me, right? Basically, when you get hit by attacks, you gain kinetic. You can get up to 2 stacks with your kinetic. And kinetic makes it so that your next attack unleashes a shockwave, even if it misses. So Osiris hits you with an auto, or he swings an auto at you, throws out the shockwave. And a circle have an ancient gold for you pick up just now. And then the shockwave deals damage based on your prots. Well, guess what? Deduin has an unhealthy amount of prots, just a ridiculous amount. So this Osiris, who is already running down these squishies, are going to be able to do it even better now, right? This guy is going to deal a ridiculous amount of damage. So that's a little bit of tech that got let out of the bag. All right, we were supposed to hide that one. Deduin, that was for us to know, but alas, now we all know. Auto attack solo leaders are very good because Kinetic Cuirass very strong.
800 GPM are trying to defend this left side bird as Deduin is just running right in and then ults over the wall, gunning straight for the back line while Inner Circle are looking to burn away. But Wangu provides a lot of space through Circle of Protections. Fear No Evil out and Spear of the Nine Winds barely off the mark. Deduin still in the back line. He's already daggered. He's going to fall, but he did take down Kirkito in the process. French runs at 1, and all of a sudden, Theeks and Streak are both dead. Dardes is darting for the back line, and Dardes is, wait, he's not going to live through this. Life of the party won't save his life. Kos is the only one alive. While Deduin was frontlining, 800 GPM ran at the rest of Inner Circle, and Kos is the only one left alive from it.
There was a little bit of math done on the side of 800 GPM. They said, okay, we have ESET ultimate, we have Hunbot's ultimate. Ooh, blink for blink. French Emperor not able to catch up to the Hunbots, but they knew Deduin's gonna go straight to the back line. We're probably gonna lose the squishy to the process, but as long as we don't lose the burn, as long as we don't lose the majority of the team, that's fine. Sylvanas does a great job locking down this Osiris to make sure that they can't operate too far beyond the, aggression onto the Ho Yi. all the AoE that GPM have is really, really good for their defenses, right? And it will continue to be good. This is a tough comp to Siege. Nua's able to throw out the minions. She's also got ultimate. The ultimate from Homebots and the ultimate from Eset is, like I mentioned before, like that is going to be a very much so a deciding factor. But while Deduin is going towards that backline, there was no follow-up. That guy was alone on an island. And while Osiris is happy to do that for a time, especially when they have the dagger, at some point you need to help them out. Like at some point we have to have some kind of damage follow-up. But the entirety of Inner Circle was just zoned away. There was nothing that they could do about it. And while they were getting zoned, they were still trying to throw out committal abilities or, you know, using their ultimates to make something happen. And then again, Shriek gets picked up and destroyed before we can really get our Chronos ult off. This is the second time I've seen this happen within the last, like, you know, few minutes or so. And I really do worry that it is going to be a trend. It's part of the reason why, you know, I really feel like Chronos, in my eyes, not the pick that I think everybody thinks it is. You know, it's not as scary as we anticipate it to be, because if you're able to get really good burst damage, which we are, if you are a squishy, we are in a burst meta, if you can burst a Chronos, that means that they can't ult. And if a Chronos can't ult, that means that they're only playing with 3 abilities. Why are you playing a character with 3 abilities? You know, it's just not as good as a character with 4. That's just math. So as long as French Emperor can get to this guy, there's nothing that the Chronos can do.
So Kos dashes in, finds the pool, onto Wangu. Whirlwind takes his health down to a little bit over half. Meanwhile, Deduin on the left side, getting ran at by French. That's Terra's Wrath. Doesn't find a knockup, though. We're throwing a lot of ults around. In goes Deduin, who's getting checked by Emperor's damage right now. Was that a Fear No Evil? That still didn't root down Deduin, and a lot of ults being slung across the battlefield, but no dead health bars right now. Life of the party finally used. Sunbreaker as well. Zones away. Inner Circle. Dardes all alone in the front line. Ko shows up to help him out, though. Down goes Wangu in a massive swing for Inner Circle. As they walk away, they realize they can't burn EFG after a tense fight like that, but at least they showed who's who.
Man, it was crazy amounts of commit onto Deduin there, but even though, you know, yeah, we were able to kill Deduin when the dude was standing behind our Phoenix, it's gonna take a handful of people to actually finish a kill onto this Osiris. Unfortunately, you know, a Hunbots alone, while it was close, is not going to be enough. Now 800 GPM are going to be down their Eset, who is very, very necessary for this EFG defense. It's going to take a lot of crazy side angles and flanks, I think, for 800 GPM to find the gank here. French Emperor has to loop all the way around.
EFG is getting burned by Inner Circle. 800 GPM are watching from the outside. A couple ultimates to work with, but not a lot of resources. Inner Circle are fine with taking a fight. Deduin frontlining by himself, but is getting burned. He might not live through this whole tankiness thing that he's doing. No, he will. Deduin's down to 50. That was a close call, but he's fine. Inner Circle realized without Deduin up there, we might as well just back off.
Well, 800 GPM have to acknowledge that pusher that's over on the left-hand bird. We can't commit too hard on top of Deduin. Honestly, you don't kill the guy, but forcing him back is enough, right? You've effectively killed him for like 20 seconds, the 20 seconds that it takes to walk back up to EFG pit. So it's a really solid defense from 800 GPM there. Inner Circle can't fully commit on top of this EFG, it feels like. They have to respect the fact that French Emperor has the blink ult potential to just ruin somebody's day. And Vibes, too, also has the blink here to go with their upgraded shells, so 800 GPM can cross the distance very quickly if you're not paying attention to where they're standing.
39 minutes into this game. It's 28-24. Pretty darn close considering where we're at. The goal lead is, it exists. It's there for Inner Circle by an okay amount, but not much. I mean, it still feels very neck and neck.
This could be anybody's game. There really is no clear, like, oh, this team's going to win over this team. It is going to come down to how the G Inner Circle feels like a team that wants to play in or around the pit, while 800 GPM has this team comp that is kind of okay with being the team that has to walk into the EFG, right? We've got the Circle of Protections that is very easy to throw out and pop to go for a steal. Sylvanas and Vibes has already proved this, has that pull to take somebody out of position and force them into a fight right away, which we saw in that earlier pull where Vibes pulled in the Osiris. Stole it again.
Oh my god. That's attempt number 2, and it works out his way. Streak just stole the Pyromancer away from 800 GPM. That's got to be infuriating.
If I had a nickel for every Pyromancer stolen. It's a little early in the morning for that, isn't it?
It's very...
An emperor? A French emperor? No. Also, I didn't call it out before, but I saw it was picked up. French Emperor's got a shifter shield as well, which I do like that as a pickup for the Hunbots, because he doesn't have, beads or anything like that. He's very, committal when he blinks in. If he's not able to jump, shifter shield would be able to offer a little bit of extra tankiness. Oh, uh-oh, speaking of caught out.
Okay, very big trouble for Wangu, who gets taken down below 1,000. Whirlwind melting his health bar. Down goes the solo laner for 800 GPM. Sunbreaker thrown down to maybe lock down a couple members of Inner Circle, but they escape through the left side jungle. GPM can't chase them that far. Inner Circle get their lick and walk away.
This could be a back angle and immediately walk to EFG, because 800 GPM, not only did they lose Wangu there, French Emperor ulted, Keto ulted, Aim Blue ulted, like, there's a lot of tools that we use to try to avenge their friend, and nobody from Inner Circle that ended up falling off, which is a very, very scary situation to be in. Part of what makes 800 GPM so threatening around these pits are their ultimates. French Emperor in particular is what sticks out to me. So this is a very strong pull for Inner Circle.
A very strong pull. Down their solo laner still. No circle of protections to steal. 800 GPM relying on a dream. Spear of the Nine wins
early.
very early. 3K on the EFG. And who's going to take it? GPM stole it. GPM stole it again. Why not try it twice? And they made it work out. Inner Circle is getting ran at. Fear no Evil locks down 1. Streak is in a really rough spot. Turns the corner and looks right at Aim Blue and gulps. 2 dead for Inner Circle. Theeks and Coast are low on health and going back to base. GPM marching down mid lane with EFG belts.
I can't even believe that. 800 GPM, by all rights, had none of the tools to be able to really pull that off, but Inner Circle, Theeks let loose with that Spirit of the Nine Winds a little bit too early, and that ends up costing so much. Like, yeah, you hit the Sylvanas, but who cares about that guy? And then we held on to that Fire Giant pull. So guess what? Hoi autos, Boomba. We get to steal that too. It's a bad look for Inner Circle.
Wow. So half health on the bird, but GPM can't get in to siege it. Even with Carquito around, the burn is not quick enough to just go rip the Phoenix. So instead, they're walking towards Ancient Gold Fury. Inner Circle are not following.
Wow, okay. And it's crazy, too, that Fire Giant steal, because French Emperor didn't have their ultimate until after they got the EFG, and it couldn't have come up at a better time, because that is what enabled Inner Circle to get a couple, or not Inner Circle, 800 GPM to get a couple of kills after the fact, which made it so difficult. I can't believe that everything was in favor of Inner Circle in that moment. Like, they had every single advantage there, down to finding a pick early, bleeding all the ultimates just to lose it anyways. I feel like maybe we didn't respect 800 GPM as much as we should have in the moment. And checking in again on this Hoi build, right? Because we talked about all the crazy amount of penetration that they have. Last 2 items in their build: a Chin's Blade and an Ani bow. So we're just holding left. It's left click city is where we're staying right now. Population Hoi, and being able to get a ton of extra value off of all the high health items everybody's building. Like Dardas is going to have a tough time, especially you got that Contagion. That's a lot of health to be had there too. Shifters should have health there as well. And because Shifters is such a popular item, it's going to make items like this Chin's Blade all the better. Look at the annoying auto attacks. Ricocheting off the walls? We meant a click aspect. It fries. Oh my lord. It's just frustrating to go up against, I imagine. Like, the Hou Yi gets so much value just by staring at a wall and making something happen.
So 800 GPM. Now have all 5. Looking at this debuff mid lane Phoenix, and it's down to 500 health. A couple basics will take it away. A good stun onto Dardes, but will GPM be looking for a fight after ripping the bird? The answer is no. They're playing carefully, biding their time. They only have 45 seconds left on this EFG buff.
None of the tanks had EFG, which does make sieging a little tough because you don't have as much sustain, but you do have a Sylvanas here. Like, Vibes can make sure that the health bars stay up, but 800 GPM had a team that was really good at, you know, defending a siege. So does Inner Circle, right? A lot of big circles to be able to throw out and deny space for 800 GPM.
Okay, Circle of Protections thrown down. Spear of the Night. Wait, there it is. Spear of the Night wins off the life of the party, but French in the back line takes down Streak and almost melts away Theeks. Look at French go. GPM are opening up the Titan room. Deduin is dead. So is Streak, and Dardes getting chipped away at. Whirlwind thrown down to provide a little bit of space, but Pushers showing up on the left side lane. Coast gets taken down right after killing Vibes. GPM still have 4. And with Pushers on top of the Titan, it looks like game over for Inner Circle. GPM are moving down the bracket.
Man, I mean, 800 GPM stole 2 Fire Giants and won the game. That is the summary.
Unreal.
Right? I can't believe this. And it's so crazy to me, too, because Inner Circle was controlling the pace of everything so well until it was time to play around these late game objectives, and we just didn't know how to confirm a fire, or we just weren't ready for the steal potential of a stray Hou Yi auto, right? Is really what it felt like. This Hou Yi aspect pick got so much value, and French Emperor 2 was cranking insane numbies on this Hun bots pick. Just absolutely going crazy.
Yeah, it's just wild. I mean, this is. I thought we were looking at adapting for a minute. French Emperor, who I've seen around a little bit. This is not, completely unknown name. This team has been together for a couple of different things that we've done for Prime, and I recognize the names, but this guy French just showed up. Just showed up to play, and it took him a little bit to get online. We had a rough KDA to start off the game, but French just showed up, man.
It was gutsy too. Like, we only have Blink. There's no extra relics or anything like that. But French Emperor says, I don't need it because as long as I kill them before I die, I don't have to die, right? And the other thing too, Kronos was first picked in this set. First pick Kronos. That guy is 1 in 8. Like, 1 in 8, 20k player damage at the end of the game. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. I don't think the Kronos pick is as strong as maybe we assume it to be. Like, maybe really good and ranked when you can kind of cheese and split push style and go for some craziness, but not sold on it compared to some other picks that are inherently stronger in my eyes. It feels like we had so many good things happening in this team composition. Deduin was unkillable God King Osiris. That pick is incredibly strong. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that. The Kukulkan was looking really strong. Baron Samdi's back in a big way. Susano was very playable into 800 GPM. Just felt like we were not getting a lot from the Kronos. Except for the fact that Streak stole 2 Pyromancers like back to back. That was heat. That was fuego. I was a big fan of that one.
That was very heat. That was a really big part of what I thought was going to help swing team fights. I think just the pyro bombs couldn't. They didn't find the efficaciousness that was needed. But unfortunately, it is single elim. So 800 GPM moving on down. Inner Circle, you gave it your best shot, but won't be going much farther. That's a big team to get knocked down so early. That was like one of my finalist contenders. I think that's the biggest thing that I haven't gotten over, but we're going to take a couple minutes to process what we just saw. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back in a few. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Smite Prime Summer Bash is happening right here, right now, and we're talking about an EU Conquest tournament. Morty and Musy in the booth today with the whole Prime team behind the scenes. And Musy, what's on your mind, big dog?
Today has already not gone the way that I thought it would, and I don't even want to delay. I want to talk about it. Let's look at the brackets, because I think that's going to explain a lot of what's going on here. We were waiting after this game because the Laboogs and Evasion were still playing. Now, an Invasion is the hydrogen bomb team, right? Laboogs is, Clino, Herox, Ollie, Nasuni, and Iskos. And Laboogs walks away with the dub. Just complete and total destruction. A wild dub. So we have Invasion is out. We have Inner Circle is out. I don't know who's walking away to the finish line at this point.
I don't either. I mean, I guess because those were like my two finalist contenders. You know what I mean? Would be probably Invasion and then Inner Circle. They're both gone. Smoke Break. When you look at it on paper, seem like to me the only realistic ideas for who's going to be in the finals, but obviously it can't be Smoke Break alone in the finals. So even if they do make it there, who's going to give them a run for their money? I mean, 800 GPM looked pretty good. They stole 2 EFGs. That's pretty sweet. That team's got something going for them, but Nerf Jungle is going to be on the other side of the bracket. Will Smoke Break even make it to the finals? That's what we're going to find out as we watch for our next game, Smoke Break up against Laboogs.
It's an interesting one. And you know what's interesting too? We saw in the game on stream the Chronos ADC goes something like 1-9. In the game that we didn't see, it was Aspect Chronos Support, I believe, that went something like 11-3. So, something's happening here. Something's going on here. We gotta put our eyes on. So I'm gonna need another team to lock that in, please. Let's see someone play some Aspect Chronos so that we can really dig in deep and get some answers, some investigative journalism here. The team comp for that game that happened off stream was like there's a Chronos aspect, there was a Chiron aspect, like whole bunch of shenanigans. Very excited to see this Laboog's team play, especially knowing that they're hot off the win against Invasion. So excited that we get to see them up against I believe it was Smoke Break. Yeah. E-Chrome, Happen, Sap7, Adapting, and Benko. That's a tough team. That's a hard team, but hey, if you beat Hydrogen Bomb, essentially, then maybe you got it. Sometimes you just got the touch, you got the power. So, I'm excited.
Picks and Bands ready for us. We get a little bit of a closer look on some of these names that we're looking at. Benko, Adapting, Sap7 not on ping. Sap7 with 0 ping is a scary thing to look at. It happens here as well. He is on ping. E-Chrome with no ping. I mean, this is a team you got to watch out for. Adapting is back. The king of the jungle. Adapting.
Adapt King.
Adapting.
Very nice. Oh, there it is. But also, I'm really curious to see what Benko picks. Benko has been very much so a solo laner that I have been, obviously watching for years and years and years, right? If you've been playing Smite, you know who Deathwalker is, you know who Benko is. But a lot of Benko's cookeries recently have just been bang on the money. Bang on the money, really good innovations, really good builds coming out from Benko. So I'm really excited to see what he cooks up with this latest patch that we had that has a lot of focus on tanks and on protection items. But I also, a selfish desire of mine is I want to see a Giannis locked in for Smoke Break somehow. Because, man, Giannis was able to one-shot people in the right conditions during the proc slap patch. Now we're in, like, a burst meta where, like, you can play a mage that just kind of goes crazy. Giannis can do that? Please, 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 please. I'm begging you. I'm not on my hands and knees, but I could be if you wanted me to. Please. Make it happen for me.
Pull it together, Musi. We still got a lot of picks to go through. Susano,
Right.
going to be the first lock-in, and that's a very nice jungle to have around. Even though our first game of the day had a less successful Susano, maybe I'm just kind of jaded by all of the tank gear that we've watched in our time on Prime, because Susano looks really good in the right hands,
Yes. Well, I feel like there are picks that are good into the Susano, so like top locking it can be a little bit scary sometimes, but
yeah.
On the other hand, like Kabrakin, Ardio, I'm kind of like wondering if maybe they're not as strong as maybe we might have anticipated them to be, because just haven't really been seeing it get picked up too often, right? And that's where I feel like Susano can kind of have trouble playing, where Kabrakin's able to throw out a cripple, Ardio's got the cripple. Yes! Oh.
Yes!
Or you have no idea how my heart just fluttered. Like a whole, like a doop, doop in my brain. Context, Bellota is one of my favorite characters. And the Benko Bellota is... So, classic matchup between Osai and Bellota. Kabrakin's here too. Oh!
That sucks for Bellota. That's pretty rough. But wait, okay, so Morgan Le Fay here. Does that mean MLF Aspect support, maybe? And then Newt mid or Newt carry, MLF mid. Osiris is here. We've got a lot of picks here.
Okay, I've got it. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Hear me out.
Here, go ahead.
Kabrakin support Newt ADC, Morgan Le Fay mid with Osiris solo is what I'm seeing there. But the Chronos in the mid lane is going to be something I'm not sold on. Non-aspect Chronos yet. Not sold on it. Sap7's a GOAT, so maybe he can show us something different, but over in ADC, he definitely had a harder time. And Tsukiyomi, which is another pick that we have not been seeing ever since the changes to Transcendence and Book of Thoth. That makes more sense. I was going to say, Bastet is going to be a little easier to execute on. And the items that she's able to build, I feel, is a bit stronger than Tsukiyomi, so I'd rather see that locked in. Or we're just hovering things to hover things. I see. Laboogs is thinking about it. They're trying to fit in the last item there. But yeah, I think it's Kabrak support, Newt ADC, which I feel like the Newt ADC does have a lot of potential as well, because you can kind of build her the, proc items like Ragi's, Tearfing. You can go Shin's Blade, pop your one, and then just and get a bunch of damage off. It's not too shabby at all. I'm not gonna hold you. I really like the Smoke Break team comp, and I'm definitely because I'm not biased about Bologna, not even a little bit. But Laboog's team fight is kind of nuclear because every character that they're playing is just very, very easy to execute on what they want to do. Right? Giant circles, easy to hit abilities. Not a whole lot of thinking that has to be done while you're playing the character, so you can think more about how you want to position and how you want to play the game. So I think I'm a fan of both of these guys. I feel like both teams kind of got what they were looking for.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right with about the ease to execute. If we're looking at this Laboog's team comp, and Hun Bats is the most mechanically challenging god on that team, we're good. There is so much other stuff we can put focus on, like positioning and everything else. I'm not worried about hitting these super fine skill shots. Laboog's have their work. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy. But then I'm looking at the Smoke Break team, and it looks pretty good as well. But which team's going to look better? Who's going to come out on top? There's only one way to find out, and that's by getting into the game, and it's ready for us. Moving on down the bracket, it's Smoke Break up against Laboog's for our second match of the day. Morty and Musy in the booth with the Prime team behind the scenes. And Musy, we've got our races and our places. The floor is yours.
Already I'm seeing something that I really like here. Bologna with the aspect is a little slept on in my eyes, because nowadays, and this was, I think this might have been true before, right? Where if you're like, I don't think I'm consistently getting my bludgeons off. I don't think I'm going to be able to get my big bludgeon damage. If you're not going to be able to get big bludgeon damage, if you know that you're going into a lane where you're holding left click more often than not, Aspect of Vindication is better here, because you are just getting more value for your team while you're holding left click, right? You give your team block stacks, and you give your team healing with your Scourge. So this means Benko more than likely here, against the lane in Osiris, you're going to be leveling Scourge, or maybe Shield Bash. You're leveling the Bludgeon last. Like when you switch to your Bludgeon, you're going so that you can have Cleave autos to help clear wave. Both of these solo laners have started their round shield, so we're not rushing the Golden Blade necessarily here. Probably going for something like a Berserkers or a Shifters is what's going to be more likely, just because a Shifters appears to be the hotness that everybody wants to pick up these days. So that is what sticks out to me there. We have again the Susano Hunbots matchup, where the Hunbots has opted for a blink as opposed to any kind of beads or any kind of safety. So Happen could look for plucks on the Hunbots. Sap 7 can find some easy stuns. I feel like that has some potential there. And then the Cabrakan is headed over to the support, kind of like we were thinking. And that's a lot of, in-your-face damage in CC. It's a very aggressive dual lane, right? Like, the Newt's going to be able to get a lot of damage off. The Cabrakan's going to be able to follow up. If we can pull an early shell from Happen, right as, Ollie or Newt are going to hit level 5, that means that we lock somebody, either E-Chrome or Happen, in the Cabrakan and just get a ton of damage across the board. There's nowhere for them to really go unless Happen is able to ult away with the Lurking Waters. But E-Chrome? No. E-Chrome is, cooked.
We're having an okay early game. It's just a little bit of trading here and there, a little bit of poking back and forth, but not a lot of action. But that might change as Hirox is walking over to the left side of the map. Neutral camp action going down for Laboog's. They take that away with ease, and looks like the jungler for Laboog's, Hirox, is going to take some camps instead.
Meanwhile, it feels like maybe Solo Lane could have some potential action as the Susano hangs her on the right side, but damage on, nothing to really be found. Bologna and Osiris lane is classic Smite laning. One more detail I want to throw out there for everybody to kind of keep in mind. is that Bellona's ultimate is on a longer cooldown than the Osiris ultimate. So Osiris really wants to be aggressive in this lane and try to force like up downs from the Bellona, challenge with your ultimate, or just spam ultimates against the Bellona, because Bellona's ultimate is something like a 90 or 100-second cooldown, whereas Osiris is only like 70 seconds. So you can be really aggressive in that lane. And then I'm kind of shifting attention to think about this mid lane as well. Chronos versus Morgan Le Fay. I really feel like Sap 7 is just trying to scale in that lane.
Yeah.
But it really is just going to come down to making sure that we have all of our items online and really playing for that 30 minutes here.
Yeah, we're definitely aiming for late game. You've got a lot of good late game scalers on that side too. Echrome's going to be just fine. Wait, we're seeing a skirmish 2-on-2 by the neutral camp, adapting as good damage, dashing through Saria, and it does a lot, but no kills found. Still goose eggs for both sides of the board.
So the Susanoo is going to be what really helps this Chronos get to where they want to be. I feel like Chronos has really solid lane clear, but the drawback is that he's able to like insta clear archers and then take a little bit longer to deal with the brute minions, those melees. And then as he gets later on in the game, his first ability comes up in like 4 seconds anyways. He's not too stressed out about it. He can just kind of deal with it. But it is interesting that, in the last game that we saw, there was already a lot of, kills already happening, but this game is a bit of a different pace here. And I feel like part of that has to do with the fact that there's so much aggression potential in that dual lane, but Ollie and the Zoot, they can't over-aggress. Like, if you stand next to a tower line by a so big, you're just going to get plucked and die to tower. It's just kind of how that's going to go. And Bellona and Osiris kind of clash heads and butt heads with each other, but they shouldn't be going too crazy. And then you look at mid lane, I feel like everybody just kind of chills. So when we're thinking about where the next fight is going to end up happening, it's probably going to be around neutral camps or maybe even an early Gold Fury pull, because in lane, it gotta... I struggle to believe the idea that somebody's gotta get soloed unless something goes disastrously wrong.
Banco rotating had me worried for a moment for Labooks, but Banco goes back to lane and back to the left click lane. Osiris and Bellona, you talked a little bit about this already, but I just can't imagine this being much more exciting than this. These are both characters that heal a tremendous amount, whether it's through the Death Toll picked up by Klino or Scourge, and a Death Toll too on top of that. It's hard to think that, just like you said, without outside interference, that there's much pressure happening in lane.
I mean, believe it or not, this is a very fun lane to play, in my opinion. Like, I love this matchup. I love playing the Osa, I love playing the Bellona. Just some classic solo later shenanigans where every now and then you can't just kind of hold left click on each other until somebody falls down. But again, Osiris ultimate on such a short cooldown makes it so that I feel like Klino should have the leg up tactically in the lane. They just need to get a couple of items online first. Shifter Shield will be the first thing that's on the way. You see the Survivor Sash and then the Shield, so Shifters is going to be there. Barb Carver is the pickup for adapting, which is kind of standard for Susano. And early Jotuns for Herox, though, so that's flat pen online for the Humbots and cooldown. So we do have some of the pieces here to look for some engagements, and if we get some kills, like, it's good for us. It takes some cooldowns away. But, if you want to talk about how effective this Hunbat's ult can be, there are 4 purifications on the side of Smoke Break, plus, Chronos ultimate is CC immunity, Echrome's ultimate has CC immunity, even Happen's ultimate has CC immunity, so it feels like Hunbat's needs somebody to strip away those beads before he can really get value off of his ultimate. So we're looking at Ollie maybe to try to force something to happen here.
Okay, so ult forced out from Oily, and I think that was almost a dead Echrome. Jolt didn't have enough mana to be casted, so walked around instead of jolting over the wall. We saw that last time we saw a Cabrakan ult. Adapting's here in the jungle, but so is Herox there to meet him halfway. And Adapting forced to dash back under the tier 2 tower. Another invade on this purple buff means that Smoke Break will be losing a bit of XP. Happen walks up to throw a sickening strike out, but can't secure the camp.
Really good map play here from Boogs. I like the focus on the purple buff here because you know that mid pad isn't going to be up for another few seconds. Gold Fury's too gutsy to try to make a real pull there, so you have to figure out where the objective is on the map and what you need to pull and how you start to build an advantage. You have such an aggressive dual lane. Your bracket has shifters, tier things ready for your newt, so you know you can really threaten the health bars of Happen and Ikram, so that should give you a leg up over the purple buff, but rotating as well from mid, like your Morgan the Fake clears the lane pretty quickly, you just get out of there, right? So this is going to help accelerate that dual lane too.
Good two-man stun, but we've got a stun in response from Sap. As Happen is taken up into the air from a Dragon Flight, and Fear No Evil hits as well, so Ollie cleans up on Sap. That's 2 dead for Smoke Break. Ritual Sight goes to Laboogs.
Man, that was a really, really good Hunbat's ultimate there. And a combination. So we talked about how the purification of the CC Immune ultimate makes it hard for the Sunbots to operate, but the beads was already down for Sap 7. And then, you know, Happen isn't able to get into their ultimate because they're knocked up by the Morgan Le Fay. So if you're able to pop that Fear No Evil while they're being CC'd by something else, you know that they're going to get confirmed by the fear, so you know that your damage is going to be able to get through here. And that is where Herox has the opportunity to play the game there, where they're able to follow up and then get their damage in. Because we have this Jotun's Revenge, that ultimate is going to be up pretty quickly. You can see the diamond, it's already about halfway there. So Chaos are able to find a couple of kills, win the mid pad. We just took the purple buff, so now we took the small advantage from that scuffle around the purple buff where we, you know, pulled the beads of adapting, and we pulled the beads of, you know, Sap 7, and then we take that, we translate it over to a bigger win in the mid lane. So now the next step in my eyes is try to force a fight around Gold Fury. You can see them already grouping up there, and the Hunbat's ultimate is online again for this fight because of the Jotuns.
Happen sees it and is watching from behind the pillar. Ollie walks up to find a couple stuns and creates a bit of space, zoning up front, but Happen ignoring entirely. Goes into lurking in the waters instead and dives under the Gold Fury, but Gold's not going for him. It's going to reset instead as Herox melts Chrome in the back line. Skyfall up top takes whoever, East Coast, way high up, but very low on health. Rewind out from Sap 7, hits a 3 and a 1, but barely off the mark. Sap doesn't get the kill. Herox is alive and well. Happen getting ran down through the jungle.
Man, that selflessness proc from Ollie keeps this Newt in the fight alive for so long. And it was such a good drop there from Laboogs too. They drop the Gold Fury, they surge forward, they look for Sap 7, they look for more kills. And we're getting the Gold Fury anyways, because if you win the fight, you get the objective, right? You never have to burger flip an objective if you're able to just kill the enemy team. But what I loved about that nude play was go in the ultimate, come down, pop Aegis, walk away, and drag everybody from smoke break because they want to get that last bit of damage on the nude. And Ollie on this bracket is creating so much space and being so annoying. And that selflessness, you know, so many supports are going like Warrior's Axe, we're going Bluestone, we're going Conduit. These support starters are still in the game and they are still very viable. I mean, we were watching Aurora build like Selflessness Geb like a couple of patches ago. Like, we know that it's good, but it's even better now, I feel, because of, you know, all the protections, all the health that we're able to build. All right, well, it's not going to help you here, though.
Oh, good jolt off of the pluck. And Blades of Retribution, just to make sure everything is all good. That is a great kill from Laboog's carry. Happen is still a little far up as the neutral camp is getting secured by Smoke Break's carry, E-Chrome. We're back to this, you know, it's a slow standpoint. We're at 11 minutes into the game, 1-4 and a 3K gold lead for Laboogs. Like you said, they're doing a lot of little things right. You know, it's all about the finer details, and they're doing that exactly to continue having this gold lead.
When you have a gold lead like this, I would really like to see Laboogs go for an early Pyromancer, right? I feel like we are strong enough to maybe test the waters here and see if we can pull something like that, because if we can get a Pyro Bomb before the Moonlight Queen Naga spawns, it just about confirms Moonlight Queen Naga for Laboogs here. So being able to keep that snowball going, keep the pressure on, because we're very strong, and we've shown that we can effectively pull beads and then look for a fight afterwards. So I kind of want to see that methodology. I want to check back in here with some of the builds, though. Look at this more. 1, 2, 3, 4 shifter shields. The Newt has shifter shields. You think it's a popular? I'm thinking maybe it's pretty good, right? Survey says shifter shield is in right now. But again, that kinetic cuirass built by Clino there. This item that shows up again, very, very strong, I feel, into and against auto attackers. So a good pickup here for the Osiris to help them kind of deal with the Bologna. So I like it. Plating is good against auto attackers. The effect is good because you're getting hit by attacks. You have a lot of, you know, what do you call it? Protections that you're building anyways. It's like an auto attacking Glad Shield that isn't a Golden Blade, you know? Heck, you might as well build both and just hold left click forever and have the best time in the world. Otherwise, everything here kind of feels standard, kind of what you would expect. Morgan Le Fay is still going to be opting for like Soul Reaver, Bluestone, because a lot of tank items have health attached to it. That makes that item a little bit more attractive. If everybody's building shifters, you might as well get that Soul Reaver there.
Big fan of the Gauntlet of Thebes pickup for Happen, because not only do you get bonus health through that, but every time you chomp as somebody, as Sobek, you get a little bit of bonus health for every execution. So happens to be going for a high health build. Pressure onto Smokebreak's purple buff. Laboogs take that one away yet again, and Smokebreaker are just in a bad way over here in dual lane. They just kind of have to wait and watch it happen.
Yeah, the wave clear from Newt Cabra is just very, very effective, right? But also Ishtar, in my eyes, is a character that just does not have the same kind of lane presence that some of these other hunters do. But she does have an opportunity to kind of show up later in the game, right? Smokebreak is playing for a world after Moonlight Queen Naga, where we're able to be a little bit stronger, group together as 5 and kind of go from there. But for like mid 3v3s, for dual lane 3v3s, and like solo lane 2v2s, Laboogs is going to feel a bit stronger. But Laboogs hasn't been able to shove too much of an advantage after that Gold Fury, right? It's been a little quiet. We've been going for invades, but we haven't forced a big issue. So I do see this grouping around Gold Fury Pit, though. Everybody has every tool. So this is a little concerning, but Laboogs can look strong here.
Smokebreak are watching, and like you said, a lot of tools for both sides. Relics, ults, everything that a guy might need, you've got in hand. So Smokebreak are walking away and getting chased down. Wait. What happened to Sap 7? He just got ran at by everybody from Laboogs. They dropped Gold Fury and just gunned it straight towards Sap 7. Took him down, and now looking for the rest of Smokebreak. Happen is locked down by the Cabracket ult, lurking in the waters, forced down. Fear No Evil doesn't do enough damage, but Skyfall will. Herox kills Happen, and that's 2 dead for Smokebreak. But a third might be. That's Eagles Rally forced out from Banco. E-Chrome just got chased to the jungle. That's 3 dead for Smokebreak. Now it's only the solo and jungler, Banco and Adapting, that are not even going to think about walking towards that Ancient Gold Fury.
Man, Smokebreak came to try to group and defend around this gold, but Sap 7 was off in that upper right-hand side, separated from the rest of his team. Gold Fury is confirmed by Smokebreak, or excuse me, by Laboogs. And it's what I said before in the last game, where Kronos, if he's not able to ult, he just doesn't have an ultimate, right? You know, it sounds a little reductive to say, but Sap 7 doesn't really get to play the video game, because a lot of what makes Kronos so good is getting a little dangerous. Hold on.
Oh, wait. Walks in, but Smokebreak secures Queen Naga. Clino almost stole it off the ult there, but is instead going to be looking to take down Sap 7 once more. Clino is running straight for Sap 7, but able to escape. A little bit of a movement speed boost will keep Sap 7 alive there. Happens able to create a bit of space as well. And Smokebreak got what they wanted. That's a big objective. Let's run away after.
Yeah, being able to split the map just a little bit there to keep their heads above the water. As I said before, Smokebreak is playing for the late game, for these 5v5s. You just have to make sure that we're actually 5 for these fights, for these engagements. You know, Sap 7 can't be off on the side, you know, being able to be chased out and plucked out, because keep in mind, Laboogs have a frustrating amount of lockdown, right? Where it's like not inherently obvious how much is there, because you look at Cabraki, you're like, oh yeah, obviously. You look at characters like Osiris, who maybe, you know, they only have the root on the ultimate. They also have a stun and a tether. It's like conditional, you have to stick around, but the slow of the sickle is like irritating. You follow it up too with the second ability that just makes it worse. It speeds him up, puts him next to you, and you're like, oh, well, this is just a bother, right? But the follow-up from Labooks is what's really strong here. Being able to just throw Morgan Le Fay abilities, throw a Nude ability. Unbots has a lot of damage they can just toss, so kind of what I'm getting at there. While we're in this pause, the mid lane builds are very interesting to me more. So E-Staff was added to the game recently, and it's got, you know, intelligence, it's got health, it's got tenacity as well, which is, you know, a stat that I think is not as utilized by some of the squishier characters, but for a character like Morgan Le Fay, is just kind of nice to have. She already has a lot of tools that help, you know, get people off of her. Now she's not going to be as affected by CC, but it is another piece to the puzzle of characters that still want to use the proc slot build, right? Where I'm like, I'm going to go Bluestone and Soul Reaver to get a lot of pressure early, you know, against everybody who's trying to build big healthy items against me. But now I have this E-Staff too, so I'm stealing some stats here. It's very easy for me to apply. And when you are hitting people with your E-Staff, you steal like 6% of their health and mana you add it to your own, right? So you're giving and taking, giving damage and taking away their stats. Whereas the Chronos has opted for a Gauntlet of Thebes. Now, I've seen, I believe it was Mazwal playing Apwash at some point that was building the Gauntlet of Thebes on these less mobile mages. Now, Chronos is a fairly mobile mage, even after the nerf to Accelerate, where he wasn't ramping as much movement speed. He still got a fairly healthy amount there. But what sticks out to me next is we also have Engraved Guard. So, are we going to see a Shifters in the mid lane as well? Like, what are we building in mid? I'm so curious. Sap 7 kind of recognizes, all right, I'm getting picked, I'm dying, I'm 0-3-0. Something's got to change. I can still give value to my team. You know, Kronos still has a pretty solid base numbers. He still does a lot of damage if he's building a little bit tankier. With that flat pren from Spirit Deso, it just means, and the Book of Thoth, just means that his targets have got to be a little bit more on. He's not going to be here to shred tanks per se. He's not going to be building like Obshard, but he can look at something like a Newt or a Hunbots and say, all right, cool, I can hit and kill you, and maybe I won't instantly die so I can get my ult off.
Pyromancer getting burned by Laboogs. Klino, Nenali in the front, zoning away Happen. He's the only one confident enough to even walk towards the Pyromancer. Everybody else, Sap 7 adapting, all keeping their distance as another objective goes towards Laboogs. They've got 2 Gold Furies. They didn't get Queen Naga, but a couple Pyro Bombs here and there would be pretty freaking sweet.
It'd be pretty freaking epic, bro. It'd be pretty fire. Pretty fuego. Breastplate of, excuse me, the Dwarven Plate there for Happen as well. So, Gauntlet of Thebes into Dwarven Plate, boom. You have all the health and protections you'll need for like the next 10 minutes, so. A lot of playability here for the Sobek, but not a lot of utility, right? We're very reliant on our abilities versus, you know, Ali's got the Stampede online, very helpful for a Cabrakan to just cross the distance, get on top of somebody, pop stun, pop ult, go crazy, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. And for Happen, it's going to take a little bit before we can get our next active item. You know, something like an upgraded shell is probably in the works here, I would imagine, because there's just so much auto attack damage coming out from the Boogs, so it'd be very handy. But other than that, a little frisky ultimate there from Shura. Other than that, everything kind of feels as it should. The nuke build is very interesting to me. You see Avenging Blade to go with our Shifter Shield, but it's going to be very, very hard to actually kill her. Like, Shifter Shield is just so incredibly popular. Everybody gets to build it. Everybody gets to have it. Because it just gives you everything that you want. Free stats. I mean, you pay gold for it, but it's essentially free. It might as well be free.
So, Speaking of free gold, 6K on the Gold Fury. Laboogs are burning it very quickly, might I add. Happen is watching yet again, but Ollie is doing a good job of zoning, making Happen stay one step back. Zap 7 tier 2, lurking the waters down. Can he take it? Happen cannot secure. Laboogs get their third Gold Fury. Happen pops Phantom Shell and runs for his life. Fear No Evil locks him back down into the team. Laboogs clean up and get new Crocodile boots along with their Gold Fury.
Third Gold Fury is going to be very important for Laboogs here. They're going to be dealing extra damage around those objectives on top of enhancing their minions, and makes it a good push here for the tier 2, but they have no ultimate, so this could get scary if adapting can maybe loop around, but it doesn't feel like Smoke Break really want the smoke per se.
Yeah.
First Evil Eye there for Ashura, so Ratatouille could be around the corner here. At the very least, Smoke Break are able to split the map and keep some gold online. That's important, right? Smoke Break have to find their wins where they can, because Laboogs is running the map, but Smoke Break can still stay competitive, right? When you play like this, when you play to give away a lot of objectives, what's important is that you find anything on the opposite side of the map, so that when it comes time to contest a Fire Giant, you have as much gold as possible. Towers are going to be like the easiest thing to find, because it'll always, you know, be there. That's gold that's just waiting to be collected, right? Whereas objectives can be a little bit scary, can be a little bit dicey, because they can be stolen and that can be burger flipped on top of you. So that's why I like seeing Benko kind of stick over to that solo side. Let's hit level 20. Let's finish some items here. We don't have to panic. We don't have to freak out. Like, if we find a pluck from Happen, it's good. And if we can't, well, maybe Happen does.
Maybe so. Lurking in the waters for crowd control immunity. Fear No Evil as soon as he comes back up, and Happen yet again is caught out. And Laboogs can take advantage and start burning away the Pyromancer. Smoke Break have a majority of what's left of the team in mid lane. Banco still in solo and doesn't plan on rotating out anytime soon. So Pyromancer looks pretty free here. Smoke Break don't think even consider stealing it.
I am loving Herox's Hoonbots here. I am absolutely loving it. The way that this guy is just so willing to ult a tank, right? Oh, we're gonna kill this guy if I ult him, let's just do it, right? Because what does that do? It gives us the objective. A Smoke Break without a Sobek pluck to engage, who are you looking at to start a fight? Benko. Who has been rotating to these fights? Not Benko. That dude's been over in solo, so they know that. So they know, okay, cool, we kill Happen. That means that Ollie can just eat a ridiculous amount of space just by standing around. And then we can have whatever we want. And because we have this Jotun's Revenge, plus a Hydra's Lament, we have so much cooldown. Humbets already has their ultimate again. As long as you get a kill off of your ultimate, you get it back in time for anything that you want to do for the next rotation of objectives or fights or anything, right? So because of this, Laboogs is just hitting the nail into every piece of the coffin here. I mean, they are just absolutely accelerating here, and they have not lost much anything. Smoke Break has one kill. That's it. They've only got one. The only one to die was the Newt early on in the game. So, I don't know. I love the way that Hoonbots has just been willing to make that commitment. They're calling the bluff of Smoke Break. They're like, hey, what are you gonna do when we use all of our tools? Nothing? Cool. All right, we're just gonna kill Sobek. What is that guy gonna do, right? He's even got the Aegis now. Happen as Aegis after they upgrade their shell, just to survive a little bit longer. I mean, this guy's down 2 levels. Ollie's up at level 17 at this point. This Cabrakan is gonna be very, very hard to kill. And with that Talisman of Purification too, CC engage from Smoke Break is gonna be nullified. It's just very tough.
Fire Giants getting burned by Laboogs. Happen and Banco in front of the FG pit. Behind is Sap 7 and Adapting 2. It's a bit of a split position, but looks like Laboogs are jumping in on the tanks. Happen is getting chipped away at. Egg is forced out and plucks back to safety. FG has been dropped entirely, and now we're going for a fight as Isco takes down Happen. That's one dead for Smoke Break so far. Sap 7 is getting chased throughout Laboogs' jungle. Clino is zoning him out, and it looks like Laboogs can go back to burning the Fire Giant.
Man, they eat so much space just by hanging around. We still have ultimates available for our mid and our carry, so Banco's got a lot of pressure on him to make this steal.
Wait, whoa, Shuri's getting dove. Look at adapting back there. Almost got a kill onto the mid laner, but didn't quite work out. Banco is zoning in the front line, and Sap7 is still just on the other side of the jungle. Can't find a way back to the team because Klino's been zoning for so long. So Banco and Echrome in a bit of a weird spot. Beads forced out from Echrome. Skyfall locks him down for a moment. Can we find a stun from Ollie? Can't quite get to him. Zoned away by the massive damage from Echrome. Klino shakes it off, though. Klino gets the kill. 2 dead for Smoke Break, and still Sap7 on the other side of the jungle. The Boogs can definitely make their way towards FG now.
The Boogs is a team that understands how to play around these objectives. I saw it at Gold Fury, seeing it again here at Fire Giant, right? We're pulling fire, and then we're just dropping it immediately to go kill somebody, right? And we just repeat this ad nauseum. It happened at Gold 2 where we picked up gold to drop it to go kill. This is even a real Fire Giant pull. They're just gonna turn on Banco here.
But, okay, so Isco's getting ran at, and Banco's diving into the back line while LeBoogs are just kind of ignoring everyone else. We need to save our carry. Klino kills Banco, lurking in the waters, ignores Cabrakan ult, and gets right out, and Wind Sprite over the wall. Tail Whip provides a tiny bit of space, plucks through the root, but Somersault onto his head top, chomps him like a Goomba. A good kill for LeBoogs. They kill 2, and now can go back to burning FG. But whoa, Saria just blew up adapting. That's 3 dead now.
Oh my gosh, dude, no, I completely understand how Invasion lost to this team. Because LeBoogs is playing everybody like a fiddle. It is insane how these fights are just constantly going in their favor here. They get a free FG, they get a whole bunch of kills, nobody dies in the process, right? Despite Smoke Break's best efforts. You had Banco in the back. Throw that ultimate down. We're trying to kill the Newt. Guess what? Ollie's their Talisman of Purification. Oh, all of a sudden this Belota character is like useless. Like, okay, cool, fine. All right, no big deal. Maybe adapting can find a solo kill onto Shreya and, you know, top right side. I'm a Susano. I've got a ton of damage. I can make this work. El Bozo actually get exploded and die. Right. Right. Okay. And then, like, Klino's just standing in front of everybody. That guy can't die. He's got the Contagion online, too. So he's just unkillable and does a ridiculous amount of damage. I'm shocked. These EU players are playing a different video game, but they're playing it the right way. I can count on one hand how many, like, tiny mistakes I've seen LeBoogs make. They look unstoppable in this moment. Smoke Break are just hanging on by a thread, it feels like. They're just like, all right, well, we just gotta win one fight. And we have to play together as 5 to make it happen. The one thing about LeBoogs is that they've been able to force crazy amounts of isolation onto Smoke Break, where part of their success is the fact that, you know, when they're playing in these fights, they're fighting like 3v1 or 3v2, it feels like. Whereas Smoke Break, every single player feels like they're on an island and have to fight off 5 people. So, once we're able to get some actual real-life 5v5, there's an opportunity here for Smoke Break to take that and win a fight. But until we get that moment, the Boogs are just gonna walk all over this team.
And that's another Ancient Gold Fury taken down. That is a weakened left and mid lane bird for Smoke Break, and a tier 1 on the right side. Shout out Banco for not letting that tower fall for 30 minutes. That's right, we've been in this game for 30 minutes. It's 15-1. LeBoogs are putting on a show for us. Blades of Retribution to look for a root, but Skyfall in response. Echrome is all alone with 3 members of LeBoogs. There's no way, no world where he lives, and LeBoogs can march up the left side of the map. Ollie is over on the right to stop the split push from Sap, and Banco in the mid lane to counteract some minions.
Man. I mean, Echrome shows himself on a minion wave, and then that's just curtains there, isn't it? Birds are weakened. LeBoogs look so strong here. They got Fire Giant for another 70 seconds. I mean, Herix has got their ultimate up again, so it's just going to be a tough defense here. I almost wonder if you have to give this bird.
But I don't think Smoke Break feel the same way. They're going to play up high. They lose the bird anyways, but Banco doing a bit of zoning. Happen gets chipped away and killed almost immediately. I mean, Happen, look, full tank and everything, but still getting blown up.
It's crazy too. The whole time this is happening, Ollie is just pushing over in the right side. He's on a solo farm journey. The support player. He's like, no, I'm actually I just wanted to play solo really bad. Cabrakan solo. It's not dead, guys. It's good, guys. See? Check me out. Ah! No, it's fine. But, holy cannoli. And you know what's crazy? I'm just kind of waiting for Laboogs. They're like camping this like right-hand side to just round a corner and explode somebody. They feel like the kind of team that can just make something happen out of thin air. Blink and you'll miss it. Kind of beat. Yeah. Xe picked up there for the nuke too. It's the second time I've seen this item today. And it's on the winning team. So, jotting some notes down for that one. Especially because the nuke's able to apply it so quickly and effectively because of her first ability. She just ramps it up immediately and just destroys any kind of protections that a tank would have.
So, Banco is up there. What feels like all alone and loses a lot of health quickly. Isco's got a lot of damage to offer. Banco says, no thank you, I'll heal this up, I'll see you later. But able to defend this mid lane bird still, and the right bird. But we lost a lot of towers, a lot of gold goes the way of Laboogs, and it shows on the charts. A 12k gold lead for Laboogs after taking those structures. That is a huge lead.
This is, you call that uh-oh territory, where this looks like pretty territory. Not an ideal situation to be in. Also, I saw it hovered earlier. I made the connection now. Mantle of Discord is the pickup for Sab 7 there, next to that Ratatouille. So, just a little bit of dive. That makes sense. I can see the reasoning for this item, right? Like, as Kronos is falling down, this helps confirm his ultimate so that he can reliably get that off. And we have Tahuti and Nimble Ring, but, I mean, you deal 158 damage per auto against this guy. Just feels like the Cabrakan is still not all too worried about what the Kronos can do, so Sab 7 really is just kind of here to hit the squishies. More than anything, it feels like.
So Happen is still getting taken down pretty quickly. I feel like he was not up there for that long, but Happen's health bar is showing some damage, and we're going back to this dance around the FG because now it's enhanced. It's EFG, which is a really big point that Laboogs want to finalize their victory, and Smokebreak need to stay alive in this game. A very big objective on the way as Banco might get caught in mid lane. Eagles rally over the wall, so Banco's fine for now, but Fear No Evil thrown down forces beads away from Banco. Meanwhile, in the front yet again, Sab 7 just moving all across the map, but on the chase is Ollie. That was a stampede running after Sab 7. They really want him locked down, but look who's low. It's Cleano, and Sab going for a root, misses the stun. Smokebreak seemed to be on the up and up.
Smokebreak had a chance to maybe turn that fight around, but Laboogs does a good job pulling out after the fact. Part of what makes this Laboogs team fight so good is when they go in, they get their Fear No Evil, they find a pick, they play that 5v4, or Ollie's able to ult somebody as the Cabrakan. Smokebreak did a good job, because Benko walks up, tries to Scourge to pop the Magi's bubble off of Herox there. That's why they were in that position. And then they end up pulling the ultimate instead, which is not bad at all. Now, Smokebreak are going to be down some ultimates for this fight, but it could be good for Smokebreak. This is a good turning point. They want to try to defend this EFG if possible, right? Look for Happen. I try to find some kind of pluck here or some engage with Bologna.
But it looks like Echrome got ran at through the jungle. Cleano is W-keying towards anyone that looks at him funny. That's the Cabrakan ult thrown down to wall off Banco, who's trying to fight his way out of this. Isn't really worried about the pressure that Laboogs can put out right now. Banco's fine with just swinging at people for a moment, but Cleano looking for a stun onto Banco. It lands through with Isco, takes down Happen on the right side. Banco trying to 1v3, gets knocked up by Dragonflight. And Eagles rally thrown down. All of a sudden, Banco's not living no more. Soria takes down another, but Echrome kills Ollie. That's the dual lane dead for Laboogs. They just lost Isco too, but now they're going for the bird up in the middle. Laboogs split pushing and making their time worthwhile. That is a dead mid lane Phoenix.
Wow. crazy map play there from Laboogs. I love the shifting of attention. Like, you cut the loss of Ali and Azook. You just go, all right, cool. All right, they're dead. That's fine. We're already here to take this mid bird, and left side bird was already weakened, and that means that we can just kind of walk away with this. But Smoke Break were able to take away 2, right? So there are signs of life here. The Newt died, like a Bracken died. It's pretty big, in my eyes at least, especially being able to take down a tank like that Bracken.
Agreed.
So it really does feel like if Smokebreak wants to win a fight, we need to have Benko be the distraction. You might end up having to sacrifice Benko so that you can pull the attentions of this Hunbots, and ideally the Osiris as well. Realistically, I don't know if he could pull any more than that consistently, especially now that Laboogs has kind of seen what happens when they commit too much on Bellota and maybe not enough onto adapting. And then you have Kronos, you have the Sobek, like, you could just run at somebody, pluck somebody, and explode them. That's kind of what you have to do, and you have to do it soon. I would really like to see Smokebreak take a fight sooner rather than later here. You have 30 seconds left until Talisman is up, so that means that, you know, CC immunity is at a premium because it is just not available. So this is a good pick window for Smokebreak, but the Boogs plays with space so well, it's going to be kind of hard to even find that moment of opportunity.
Yeah, Happens very cautious on who he goes for a pluck onto.
Oh.
Sap 7 going for some poke damage, walking forward, takes a lot and hits rewind right after. So Sap 7's alive, but Rude in place, forces beads off of Sap, and continuing to run forward. Ollie hits Stampede and then ults right after. Skyfall in response, and look at Smokebreak running for the hills. Heroc's W keys towards E-Chrome, takes him down. Smokebreak lost their carry, and who's stuck up there in the back? It's Banco, who's looking to fight his way out of this, swinging with his Scourge left and right. Eagles rally, doesn't find a stun, but Typhoon over the wall buys Banco a little bit of time, but not enough to live through whatever Laboogs can throw at him. 2 dead for Smokebreak, and Laboogs have all 5 in mid.
The Boogs won't have any ultimates available, but they do have a pusher in the right-hand side, which is going to spell doom for that Phoenix.
And Happen is trying to defend it, but lurking in the waters, force away. Herox went for a bit of damage and almost killed Happen, but Happen made it back to the fountain. Fire minions pouring up the mid lane. Sap 7 all alone and gets nuclear. He just is destroyed. Happen in the back line, still looking to defend that Titan, but what can you do against the Boogs? That's a W. Wow. Oh my God.
What?
Okay.
let's take a so that's the I don't know. I'm lost. I'm at a loss.
Okay.
I haven't seen a team play like Laboogs like ever. I don't know what that was. That was insane.
So
yeah.
This is it's official, right? I've had this sneaky feeling for a minute, but now it's official that the top 3 contenders to make it into the finals, Invasion, Inner Circle, and Smoke Break, have all been eliminated before we were done with round 2.
So I don't know EU ball. Because I know who Klino is.
I do, yeah.
And I think I know who Herox is. I don't know the rest of these guys, but where have they been all my life? Right? Like, what have I not been watching that I am missing out on some of the most I'm flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted. What are you supposed to say to that? I have not seen a high-level team like Smokebreak get dismantled like that, I think, ever. Unless we're talking about, like, team but with 5 M's. Or maybe the Cherry Slush Orange Kiss of old. Or, like, the beginning of, Clocked In. right? Like, what? What?
You know, there's a. I feel like it was a hot take at the time, but as time goes on,
Yeah.
it's becoming less hot. It's like a lukewarm take. Me and Book were talking behind the scenes after our last EU Conquest event, and Book had
Yeah.
said, I think if there was an NA versus EU LAN, like no server difference, just EU versus NA LAN, that EU walks away victorious. Like no doubt about it. And at first I was like, okay, I kind of see where you're going with this, but as we watch over more EU events, mainly the Conquest ones, I'm thinking like, man, like we've got some gamers over here. Like we've got some people ready to play because where's, like you said, Herox, Kalino, Ali was like the epitome of what a support should be. Off of Kabrakan, that's like the solo lane pick right now. Off Kabrakan in support, like what it. This is a crazy day for SMITE. Absolutely crazy day. Muse?
I 100% believe you, because I mean, what broke the NA versus EU curse, right? I mean, it was PBM like way back in the day that like he was the leader of that team that completely turned it around. I forget what Book would know what Smite Worlds that was, but I remember watching it.
Yeah.
And you know what? I guess without PBM, what are we supposed to do about EU? Because oh my god. I don't know. I don't really have words for that. It is insane. Their objective fights were like near perfect. I don't know what to change about that, right? Because the way that they picked up, they dropped it was just brilliant. Their lanes were all quiet and loud when they needed to be. They were on the purples. They were on the tiny objectives, like on time every time. The timing was perfect. Everything was perfect. The committal from Hunbots. That's a terrifying team. Good luck to anybody that's to fight them.
You know, speaking of PBM, we actually saw him get back to Smite for the first time last night, and who knows how long. Just running gold lobbies on stream. Yeah, this is a W stream. But while he's on his training arc, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes to go further down the bracket. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's the SMITE Prime Summer Bash happening right now, and we're here with an EU Conquest tournament all the way in the semifinals already. Morty and Musi in the booth today with the Prime team behind the scenes. And Musi, we have had an exciting day. To go into further detail, we'll take a look at the brackets because we've got some big things to talk about. If you're just now joining us on cast, well, we have 3 finalist contenders, which would be Hydrogen Bomb, also known as Invasion in today, Inner Circle, and Smoke Break, all already eliminated. So we've got some pretty new names hitting the scene to try and take today's cash prize. Musi, tell me about your thoughts for today.
Man, I think Leboogs is just a team to watch. In the EU setting, I don't know. I have not seen a team dismantled the way that I just watched Leboogs go crazy. But we're gonna be watching the other side of things, picks and bans for the next game that we got coming up here, Mort, are here and now, as it is Gulp versus 800 GPM. So this is the 800 GPM roster that we saw earlier today, but this Gulp roster has a lot of very familiar names that I'm excited to see on the big board again.
And it's crazy to think that this 800 GPM, this is a team that in the first round of today took down Streak and Theeks, both who were in the finals for the Founders Series, the grand finals in Vegas. They also took down everybody else that the team has. Like, there's just like a stacked team, Dardes, who's been like a super competitive EU player for quite some time. 800 GPM already did that. That's the big task for today. You would think that, you know, everybody after this should be easier, right? But I think you said it already that this is a team that's going to give them a cut for their money, for sure. We've got some known names over here too for Gulp that are I haven't seen in quite a while, but Calvin is a name that you should surely know. ACD has shown up for quite a bit of SMITE Prime events. We've got some names over here too.
I remember Calvin from the Hazer EU tournament, from way back in the day. Well, way back in the day. Was that like a year ago? Time flies when you're having fun, but also, like, you know, just pulling up the rosters here, like April, shout outs, the other another, like, I don't know. There's a lot of fun names that I'm enjoying seeing on the big screen here. But the Newt be locked in right away. So I really feel like she has had her time to shine for many patches, and for this patch it feels like ADC is a very comfortable place for her to be, just because of the way that proc items work for hunters right now. She could abuse that so well. The Tear Fang, the Chin's Blade, you know, Broggies, everything like that, where she can just boo and just yellow numbers somebody to death.
Yeah, she does play that role really well. Also, Death's Toll, which you can proc over. It's not even just about the damage output, but now you've got healing through Death's Toll. You can just clear entire waves and heal yourself up. Boom, boom, boom. I think Newt carry is super strong. I think you're right about that. Sylvanas and Hu Yi. That's a duo lane for 800 GPM. We saw the same duo lane earlier. Am I wrong?
Yes, we did. Yeah, between the Sylv and the Ho Yi here, because I know that they were playing it in that last game because 800 GPM had some really solid pulls off of the Sylvanas to pull like an Osiris out of position here. So this is something that 800 GPM is very comfortable with playing. Good map clear. The Ho Yi has generally been rocking the aspect, so we lose the stun on the Ho Yi, but we get a ton of damage in return, and the ricochet bounces are very strong.
Yeah, and you've also got crowd control through Sylvanas. Let's be honest, that guy makes sure that one person doesn't move until they die in the late game. That's how Sylvanas works. And also you've got, you know, pulls and roots and Terra's Wrath early on too. So you've got CC still, even without that. I feel like you can afford grabbing the aspect, and then your Sylvanas makes up for the lack of crowd control with no stun. That's how I look at it. As Osiris and Agni are going to be the follow-up picks, and Agni in the mid lane looks really good. Osiris solo, you already know that looks really good too. So we've got 2 pretty solid team comps so far.
And I like how much poke is here for Gulp. Like, Agni is just able to throw a lot of damage, you know, over walls, very non-committal, and Osiris just kind of lives forever. And 800 GPM is going to have a couple of answers here on the flip to get in the mix here. Sobek is interesting. And Morgan the Fan, what's if it's a Sobek solo?
The neutralizer solo Sobek. This dude, that's a lane. You talked a lot about that with different solos, Yorms and others, Mulan and Nemesis. Wait, who's their support? Who's their jungler? What is that Mulan support?
It could be. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
Shout outs.
Shout outs.
That's wicked. That's a team comp, because I love what this is all about here. You've got so much just run at you potential, right? I don't think their engage is the greatest, but if you can manage to close the gap, I would expect like a stampede to be found here. If you can find a way to close the gap and somehow get in the faces of 800 GPM, find them when their relics are off cooldown or on cooldown, find them with ultimates and everything. This looks like a really, really good team comp to just completely throw down. And that's kind of been like the talking point for a lot of this patch with how strong tanks are right now. And after losing these mitigate or losing the percent prod, and now you're just getting flat protections on a lot of these items, still you've got a situation that's just so good for this team. You've got a super tanky, super all gas, no brakes team comp, but 800 GPM have a pretty good response to it too.
It does feel like 800 GPM have a lot of tools that kind of look at what Gulp does and say, all right, cool. You want to play into me? I have answers for you for when you do, right? Like Sylvanas ultimate, Hou ultimate, Morgan Le Fay, even Humbots can like throw a Fear No Evil on himself if he really has to in breaking case of emergency. That make it like, man, I can't really jump on these guys too easily. But I am with you. Gulp just has a lot of chase, right? You mentioned that before, where the Mulan can go after you, so can Agni and Nemesis. So 800 GPM kind of has to keep their distance and be careful about how they engage.
Well, we'll see who will be engaging who when we get into the game, and it's ready for us right here, right now. So why not? Let's dive on in. It's the semifinals of the EU Conquest tournament happening with our Summer Bash event. Gulp up against 800 GPM. Morty and Musi in the booth today. And Musi, we've got solo Sobek. We've got Mulan support. We've got a lot of fun things to look at.
So here's the one thing about this Mulan support that I've been saying for a little bit, and it is that she gives you so much pressure in lane. Really good to play with Newt, because she is also a pressure merchant, right? This is the we need to win lane duo. What happens if your Mulan does not win the lane? Well, she becomes like an alt bot and a CC bot that just doesn't do too much afterwards. I feel like she can fall behind very easily if she can't really get a start going, get the ball rolling. I don't want to call it like a pub stompy pick, but that is kind of how it feels, and how it feels like when it's executed well, because you're just rolling the ball over and over and over. Whereas you're playing into a Sylvanas Hou, I feel like these two picks are fairly safe, provided Sylvanas can get pulled in by the arrow from Mulan, and then suddenly this guy doesn't have the mobility to really get away. So again, mentioned it before, positioning is going to be very important for 800 GPM duo lane, so that they don't lean into the fact that there's just a lot of danger to be had in the hands of Lachil and April. Now, Sobek, solo Sobek. You know this pick. Play this pick, you love solo Sobek. This is a good time. And it really is a pick that is, again, lane bully. You just stack a bunch of bluestone, you do a bunch of damage, you have good sustain. But Osiris is one of those picks that is just chilling in lane until it's time to fight in the late game, right? So, Lesta Mix is kind of in his bag against this Sobek. Like, none of his stuff really gets interrupted by a pluck. He's able to poke out Sobek with Sickle. If he wants to get on top of him, he can, because he's able to stun or slow the Sobek and, get their autos off. Even if they get tail whipped, like, they can just kind of cross the distance again and keep brawling. The one thing keeping, Lesta Mix in check potentially is that not the tail whip, but the Sickening Strike, that anti-heal. That says, like, hey, listen, you're just not going to be as effective if you try to sustain against me. But again, Lesta Mix can just kind of go a Shifter Shield or a Shogun's and be fine in lane against this Sobek. So, and then late game, I feel like Wengu is going to fall to the Sobek fallacy of, oh, if I pluck, I'm out of position. But they'll be building a little bit more selfishly in solo, so I feel like they can pluck, be out of position, and brawl for a little bit longer so that maybe they don't have to, consign themselves to death
Oh, that was a pull over the wall. Wait, is that a first blood off a pull over the wall? No way. That's super close, but doesn't work out. The healing from the potions. April is barely alive. But hey, shout outs to Vibes for hitting the pool.
Man, and you know what? This is not the first time that Vibes has hit a pull like this. I remember in a game we were watching earlier today, Vibes just hit a raw pull by that FG pit and just yoinked at Osiris, and that helps 800 GPM in a fight. So starting off hot, we got the hands ready and warmed up and prepared. I'm kind of curious to see if Aikido goes the same build that they were going before, right? Where we had like Avenging Blade, Executioner, Rip Talon, Titan's Bane. Like it was just all penetration on every single auto. Like if that has a repeat performance here, it's a little slow going, but 800 GPM as a team feels like they're comfortable with some of these slower starts sometimes, where it's like, well, that's okay. Or they just cause so much chaos in the early game, like it's just a confused, muddled mess for everybody.
French Emperor gets ulted Divine Judgment from Another and does a good bit of damage, at least forces GPM off the Firebrands. That's what Gulp wanted the whole time, and they got what they wanted. Back to the boring farm game we're at here, Muse. We've talked about our exciting picks, and relics seem to make sense. We're still not looking at any tier 3 items yet. It's a long game ahead of us, Muse.
Long, but I feel like we're gonna get there faster than maybe we might be ready for. Because, you know, Nemesis has the blink, Hunbats has the blink. We know that these junglers are going to be, you know, playing on the more aggressive side once they hit their power spikes and once they feel a little bit more comfortable going into it. So, like, French Emperor, if they get a Fear No Evil off on the Another, like, this Nemesis is cooked. She can't really do too much off of that. There's going to be no beads to save her. And she doesn't have a CC immune ultimate or anything like that, so I feel like French Emperor should be winning the 1v1s against the Nemesis. Hello.
No way. Sunbreaker in. Almost killed April. Force away. Ultimate from Mulan. Lachil is continuing to fight. Overthrew the neutral camp, though. Good root and Terra's Wrath for Vibes, too. That is huge for Gulp, or for 800 GPM, forcing Gulp back like that.
Man, and I like the response, the respect, the patience. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Vibes and Aikido don't commit to that fight around that neutral camp because they know that the Another is going to be making that rotation over. Because, you know, Newt stuck alone with the Sylvanas and Ahoyi with the aspect in a, you know, cramped quarters like that would make you think like, hey, it's a really good fight for us. But you know that helps on the way. You know the Sylvanas is kind of lowish on the mana. We just used like both of our ultimates. Maybe it's not the best fight. Uh-oh.
Really nice root on a Vibes who's got nowhere to go. Hits one pull before he falls. April gets first blood for Gulp.
Yeah, and the play that was avoided in the skirmish before is inevitable in the play afterwards. 800 GPM dual lane, maybe baited just a little bit there as, you know, Another starts to show face, backs away, goes in for the double dip, but is able to find the kill. I mean, Newt root in these enclosed spaces is pretty tough, and this is part of a win con here for Gulp to be able to get their dual lane in a good spot. Mulan getting the kill, I don't hate it, honestly, because she needs to stay ahead, and Lachil should be able to have a crazy amount of clear that, you know, they could just farm up to get the rest of what they need. But early shifters here, plus a Warrior's Axe, so April is going to be, you know, kind of throwing a lot of their damage around and staying very sustained. I see the Tearfing early on for Lachil. This is what I was saying before, being able to activate your on-hit effects very quickly, very effectively. But Chronos Pendants are going to be the pickups for the mid laners, which tells me both of these picks might be going for the same, like, Bluestone Soul Reaver that we saw a couple of patches ago. We've kind of rotated back around to preferring that kind of build. I mean, I will say this, it does give you a ton of damage in the early game, which is where, you know, these mid laners kind of want to play for a bit until they're able to get, you know, some larger percent items, at least when you're going this route for your build.
So invading onto the enemy purple buff. Look at Gulp going in, but Sunbreaker thrown down by Grequito. French Emperor's over the wall, somersaults in, and overhead smash right onto LeChill. And April trying to fight their way out of this. Stun is off the mark, but April is nowhere to go. Locked in. Grequito gets another kill. That is huge for 800 GPM.
Holy Agni damage. Right.
Oh
okay. That was a lot. But it was a good rotation there from 800 GPM. And also, it keeps this Mulan in check as well to make sure that she's not able to run away with anything. Because you need to make sure that the Mulan stays down as much as you can if you're 800 GPM. Like we said before, the win con for this Mulan is to be able to be ahead, force advantages, and keep pressure on purples and stuff like that. That was a really good ultimate there, too, from the Hou-Yi, being able to lock in LeChill. I like the way the French Emperor played the wrap there around the left-hand side, catches the dash from LeChill. They've got nowhere to go, and it's cooked, even as they try to get up into the ultimate there. And we had that Jotun's Revenge early on for French Emperor, so we can commit ultimates and abilities. As long as you get a kill, you will be ready for the next fight, for the next engagement, because of the cooldown and because of the, seconds off your abilities, as long as you're getting those last hits. So far, so good for both teams so far, because even though Gulp suffers a little bit around that purple, all it really does is just kind of bring them equal with 800 GPM, and it puts us back on even footing. But I have a lot of focus. My eyes are, just watching where French Emperor is going. This Humbats is very much so the key to victory for 800 GPM, to just go somewhere, rip an ult on somebody, get a kill, leave, see what you can find.
It's interesting how much focus there is on Humbats as a god in EU. We talk about adapting. Herox has been slamming it. French Emperor played it earlier today. There's been a lot of Humbats play, all things considered, and we don't see it all the time within NA. We see it sometimes, but it's just an interesting, how we talk about slightly different metas, and Humbats is a lot of value. I kind of see why.
He just has a lot of CC. His cooldowns are fairly low. So, and in my eyes, I feel like you're usually playing for some of these other junglers, but I feel like they were not available. Hello. Oh, my damage.
Oh, my damage. French Emperor shows up, but can't stop LeChill from killing Grequito. Skyfall is out and pulls a root onto French, but still able to get back to the tower, hide under there. Look who's diving in, though. April hits a rope pull, somersault right into your friends. LeChill kills French Emperor, down another member of 800 GPM, and looks like they want nothing to do with what's left of Gulp.
Man, just Gulp covering and smothering all of the options for 800 GPM to take. It's bad to get your Hou-Yi picked. It's worse to get French Emperor picked off. Another needs French Emperor to be dead as much as possible. They are lagging just a little bit behind in terms of experience. But, hey, as long as you're able to stay even, that's all that really matters. Feels like 800 GPM have not been able to kind of play the same game that they were playing before. And this Mulan is able to just deal a ton of damage. Good lord, Shifter Shield is actually ridiculous. Maybe we can tune that down just a little bit. Just a smidgen. We just keep seeing it built so many times, and it just gives so much, especially to characters like the Mulan, or even Osiris and Sobek also have a Shifter Shield. So, it's just a very, very strong item. You'll notice that Sylvanas does not have a Shifter Shield, and Sylvanas doesn't have a kill. So, correlation is not causation per se, but I'm just saying I am noticing. So maybe if I'm Spy's a Shifter Shield, you'd be able to turn this around. Not too shabby, but powerful items. As long as we're talking about it, that Worldstone pickup for the Agni is very good shout here. Flat Pen, Chronos Pendant, plus being able to take 30% off of your ultimate cooldown. Agni's just going to be throwing out a ridiculous amount of bombs all the time. Get a Spirit Deso in there, oh, it's cooked.
Oh, get a rope pull in there? Oh, Grequito's cooked, but he dives back in through Sunbreaker. Up, down, he felt the fight, but Vibes is a little far back. And another just showed up for the flank. That's a huge dash and a nice slice and dice to take down Grequito. Vibes is dead as well. The dual lane for GPM has been slaughtered, which means that Gulp can run over to the Gold Fury.
That was a crazy ego play from Hou-Yi there. Up, downing, and like, if you don't know where the jungler is, you're still taking a bunch of poke, like, you know that you're not going to be able to get the kill off of that. Just a lot of commitment where maybe it wasn't necessary, and you do end up handing over a Gold Fury to Gulp, who is able to confirm that that'll be the first one of the game, so now we're getting out of base 50% faster. But also it's playing into the strengths of this Gulp team composition, where this dual lane gets to stay up and keep the aggression on. Now Lachil is 2 levels over this Hou Yi. We've got a shifter shield on the Newt too. Like, right. Oh, and a Priel built Ansile. Love this item for Mulan.
Ooh.
Basically makes her ultimate a giant silence. And if you get hit by any part of the Mulan ultimate and you haven't been hit by it yet, the Ansile will silence you. So let's say Mulan misses the dash, that's fine. She hits the knock-up, you're silenced. Oh, we missed the dash and the knock-up, that's fine. I hit you with the arrow, you're silenced. Like, it is very, very strong item for this Mulan specifically, another item that is just very highly statted and very strong effect.
You can already see the Ansile use off of the ultimate and a rope pull right after. Krakito taken very low, but not killed, and we couldn't get the tier 1 tower taken down either. But it was a fruitful effort. I mean, it was nice. It looked like it was going to work, but unfortunate.
Well, and Hou Yi doesn't have beads, right? They've got the Aegis, so every amount of CC that April is going to seek to hit, if you open it with the Ansile, Hou Yi can't jump away. They're going to get chained by everything else that you have. There's not a whole lot that you can do. And the Ansile, too, silences out the ability to use that Aegis if it was up. So it is just very strong pickup. This Hou Yi is not going to be very safe. We are just hanging back, farming. We cannot fight pretty much at all until we get some more items online.
Another rooted down. Oh, the Nature's Grasp off the mark, but we still dive under the tower and slam a Fear No Evil. Mastery thrown down too. Look at the damage from Aim Blue, but we're looking for revenge. Lachil hits a root and forces away beads from Aim Blue. Running back to the team through the right side jungle. Skyfall thrown down, roots down too. And Vive's still in the fight though, because we just saw Wangu. Wangu just popped up from solo land. A good pluck onto Lachil. Takes him very far back. Hits a root though. Lachil is taking the fight to French. Misses a couple basics. Barely let French live. And Lesmedix is just putting on a clinic with Wangu here. Both solo laners are just swinging at anything that looks at them funny, but that's going to be all the kills that unfold here in mid.
Man, just a crazy back and forth here, but the jungler on top of Keto jumps away, but I don't think another... Oh, they can chase!
But Sunbreaker thrown down to provide a bit more space. Another does not feel comfortable diving under that tower, but check who's out around the side. Now we're going to land him down because Krakito doesn't have a jump. So very nice play and a kill for another. Now we're diving under the tower. Mulan is tanking it away. Other gets one more kill, and April's got 100 health to live with. And that's a dead tier 1 tower. That's a lot of gold for Gulp.
Man, Gulp is starting to take these fights and really swing them around. When Lachil is rotating out of duo to go fight in mid, that tells you that a vibe shift is on the way. The Moonlight Queen Naga is spawned and ready to be picked up here, and I feel Gulp is going to be very strong to be able to burn it. We are in a very good spot. If you're Gulp,
yes.
Your Mulan is able to stay effective and get a bunch of damage across. Your Nemesis has gotten Jotuns and the Hydra's online, so we're able to pump a crazy amount of damage over there. Now we've got our Moonlight Queen Naga, so we've got 5% more strength and int scaling, or 5% more strength and int for our scaling to be able to get some extra damage across there. And I always like to call these Moonlight Queen Nagas a bit of a turning point, right? Because gold is up, pyro's up, and this mid pad's coming up. So if you're 800 GPM, you have to split the map somewhere here. You have to choose where to go and hope that either Gulp doesn't try to challenge you on it, or you can maybe flip an objective or flip a fight here. But if you're in 800 GPM, we have to take this Newt to task. We have to kill her somehow, right? I mean, she's got a stubby dash. She's got beads. So no Aegis means that we can confirm a lot of damage on top of her if we're able to pull her out of position somehow. And if we can land, one kind of stun or a knock-up or anything, that means that we confirm a Fear No Evil to follow up on there, assuming that she doesn't have beads to pop during it. So the potential is here But the question is, how are you going to make that happen? Soul Reaver's online for the Agni. You've got the World Stone there too, like I said before. So we are just constantly throwing out these Agni bombs. We're buying a ton of space. It's very difficult to break through that line. And then if for some reason you are able to break through, it feels like Gulp can play like a front to back where April and ACD, or not ACD, but April and the other another just go to the back line and say, hi, how you doing, right? I have Ansile ultimate going on top of you. Now I've got the Genji's guard for the Mulan, so her cooldowns are going to be up sooner rather than later. We don't really have too much penetration yet for 800 GPM. So it is very much so in Gulp's court in this moment.
Okay, that's a very nice Fear No Evil to respond to the dive from Gulp, and French Emperor hiding under the tier 2 with a couple of members around for reinforcements means that French won't be dying anytime soon, but maybe somebody from Gulp will. A great knockup from Vibes, but not much response for the rest of GPM. ACD is zoning away from Agni bombs, and April is still in the front line, just kind of soaking up damage and looking at whatever. Gulp get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and not much else happens.
Feels like Gulp is able to take these fights and push 800 GPM back. The real objective here is going to be that Pyromancer. You can see that they're starting it up now, but Aim Blue and Wengu are the only ones here with ultimate. It feels like without bigger tools, 800 GPM won't be able to kind of make a play, right? You think about the last time we saw 800 GPM, they stole 2 Fire Giants. Gulp is able to confirm that Pyro, but they stole them off of like Hu Yi, you know, auto ricochet bounces. But Akito has been under a lot of duress, right? There's been a lot of focus, a lot of pressure put onto this Hu Yi, so they haven't really been able to play too much. In fact, their build order is a little bit different than it was last time. So we got the Avenging Blade, the Rip Talon into the Executioner. So we're waiting to get like Titan's Bane and Onibo for this Hu Yi. That's the big spikes that we're waiting for there.
Half health on the Gold Fury, and look at the ricochets. Craquito's helping you out with the burn. He's like, I might take this if you let me. But instead, Gulp are going to drop the Gold Fury altogether and run at GPM. Craquito just got melted. Vibes is on the run. Skyfall out from LaChill to find a route.
Big.
A lot of CC. A whole lot. So French is in a really rough spot, but guns it for another. Somersaults over the wall. Looks like GPM are out for now. Back goes in. French Emperor hits a nasty Fear No Evil on the back line. And the sub execute not even needed. 800 GPM are... Wait, no. They're starting to fall apart here. Gulp are still alive, and they're looking at Wangyu. They just took him down, and that's 2 dead for GPM. Gulp aren't going to rip this gold, are they? They are.
They are. Yeah, they can have it for free. They can have it for dessert, anything that they want. That was a big ultimate there, like you said. French Emperor had a perfect Fear No Evil there. Finds 3. Nobody has beads to deal with it, but there's just not enough follow-up damage in the moment. The Hu Yi was picked off so early that we just kind of lack the damage that we need to finish off these kills. And again, LaChill, not dead. Not acknowledged in a big enough way. While, you know, on the other side of the river here, like the Hu Yi just gets completely exploded and blown apart. Like they just do not get to play the game. It feels like more often than not we're fighting like 5v4s. And Gulp is willing to trade a couple of lives to make this happen. But as long as you have like the other another, LaChill, like your Agni throws out all their bombs, dumps their kit, and they could be like, all right, I can die now if I have to. If it means that we kill them all, that, you know, whatever. Because you have 2 other characters here that can just absolutely blow up a tank and absolutely just take somebody to task, that AC/DC can play really, really aggressively. And still find value for the team here. But they're always going to have cooldowns. Like, their dash should be constantly up because of Chronos Pendant. They're always going to have their bomb because of that World Stone plus the Chronos Pendant. And we have the Evil Eye on the way, so we could see anything from like a Obshard or a Ratatouille. So this Agni's going to be swinging for the fences sooner rather than later.
By the way, Musi, shifters check. 6 out of the 10 people in this game have picked up a shifter shield, and in goes April for a nice ultimate, and Sile too, so it does find some silences. A rope pull onto Aim Blue forces away their ultimate. Gulp are now retreating back after taking some resources away from GPM.
The only person that doesn't have shifters on Gulp is the mid laner. But that's okay, because the mid laner of 800 GPM has the shifters. So we have a shifters in every role. Oh, that's a big pull.
Good item. That is a really big pull, and a huge Terror's Wrath to knock up April. Krakito gets that kill. Lachille's getting chased out, but Wanku blinks under the tier 1. Skyfall in, and Fear No Evil thrown down. Look at the meteor shower from ACD, and Lachille just picks apart the rest of the team. Down goes Vibes, Wangu, and French Emperor, and Aim Blue getting chased down. Triple kill for another. Gulp make their way towards FG.
Dude, come on!
Holy crap!
That was nuts. So, April gets picked, right? Vibes hits one of their patented Sylvanas pulls, and we have a bunch of gnarly CC to follow up with. The damage is good. Boom. Mulan dead. 800 GPM have a fight on their hands. They can do it. Wait, hold on. Can Sobek steal this?
Maybe so. Wangu plucks him out of the way, says, I'm going into the pit. Can he take it? Sickening Strike and Tail Whip didn't do enough damage and live right after. Okay. Wangu's killed after their attempt. That would have been pretty sick, though, but nope, unfortunate. Gulp get the FG.
There was like a moment where I thought maybe he would. And I was like, it's kind of, it was down to like 200, 130. I was like, I don't know, guys. But, man, no, that fight in the mid lane. Lachille hits like a four-man Skyfall. Everybody gets pulled straight into the center. You know who comes wrapping around the corner? ACD. Oh my lord. That was massive. And Lestamix comes up like, I want to be here too. It just slams a bunch of damage in there. That is, if you looked up perfect team fight in like a dictionary, you'd see that a picture of that ultimate happening, because that is like the worst case scenario for 800 GPM. And there is no talisman of purification. There are no beads as a general rule for 800 GPM. So an ultimate like that is disastrous. That is team fight ending. The fight ended the moment it highlighted over 4 people, and you're like, oh, it's done. And that breaks open a Fire Giant. It's going to break open an Ancient Gold Fury. 800 GPM had a moment where maybe they'd be able to play into Gulp for a bit, but now we are back on like the hyper defensive. We went from we can turn this to it has never been worse. I am in such a terrible mood right now. This is just bad. Like, what am I supposed to do about this one? We're still waiting for OE to get their Titan's Bane online. The Super Shred build has not been able to Super Shred. It feels like Gulp recognized how 800 GPM won the last game, right? Krakito was able to free auto, free cast, do whatever they want to. Not the case this time. Yeah. As Hoi's 2 and 5. We have taken him to task. And after we kill this Hoi, we are just able to fight the rest of the team. And 800 GPM cannot replicate that against Lachille. They cannot kill this Newt. It feels very, very difficult to actually make that happen. And, you know, Lestamix, 006 on Osiris. Yeah, we talked about how, you know, maybe the Sobek might be able to bully them out, but Osiris is not here to be bullied. He's here to just be alive. And he has been very, very annoying in the backlines of 800 GPM. Just being here, just being a presence to say, hey, listen, you can't walk up. You can't cross go or collect $200 because I'm going to be here. I'm going to be annoying and I can't die. So good luck, homie.
Good luck is what 800 GPM are going to need. Gulp is under their left side bird right now, but another is pushing up on the mid bird. Gulp is having a hard time getting in there, but finally April ults in, and Sunbreaker thrown down too. Lestamix is in the back line, tanking away. Another decides to dive in for a couple licks too, and Wangu deep into the back line and melted immediately. Wangu has been chopped down. The rest of Gulp are still under this left side bird, and a little bit of zoning from Aim Blue, but it won't save their life is what it looks like. Another kills Aim Blue. Skyfall out from Lachille. Vibes and Krakito are looking right at him in the back line. Lachille might have gotten caught out there, and in goes another to try and save their friend, but Lestamix is a little bit too late, and April under the bird. At least we can get something for our troubles. We lost our carry, we got their bird.
Where are the boys? There are no boys here to help out Lachille, who was trapped behind a Phoenix. Please! I need men! Send the troops! Somebody help this guy out! I mean, you get the bird, you technically win the fight, but at the cost of LeChill is an unfortunate cost to pay, because that's gonna mean that we can't really look for too much more after the fact. Pyro will be the pull. Your FG wore off at this point, so if there was ever a time for him to die, it would have been now. That's fine. But hopefully not something that we see again from Gulp. And it was crazy. LeChill's ultimate was selfless in that moment as well. You saw that they threw the ultimate on top of their team to make sure that French Emperor had to continuously run away. Like, that's a hero right there. That's a real hero play. Ults for the team, sacrifices themselves, save the world, my final message, goodbye. And hey, while you're able to back, we see that we have the Death's Embrace online for the nude, so she'll be able to sustain a little bit better. Now it's a percent health heal instead of just flat numbers. Chin's Blade online makes sense. Everybody and their mom is building Shifter Shield and or Thebes or some extension of that. So these health shred items get a lot of value here. But on the other side of things, Hoi is able to get that Titan's Bane up, and you see the Manchu Bow, so a Chin's Blade online soon for them as well. 800 GPM have been doing a good job, even though they've been down for just a majority of the game, holding on, right? As long as we get enough items online, as long as we can stay competitive enough, we can put our foot down around a bigger objective. It would have to be this one right here, though. This is what you have to put your foot down for, but your Hoi's in left lane might have to give it.
Yeah, I'd say give. There's no way that Criquito gets here in time because FG is burning very, very quickly. Gulp are just putting everything they've got into this burn because they know that 800 GPM show no intent of wanting to steal. Instead, we'll try and either split the map or just play back.
So now, we have another FG play. The left side bird is down, but that Ancient Gold Fury's up. There are a lot of towers over in solo to clear off the board first. So, like, ideally, Gulp is going to strip the towers, go to Ancient Gold Fury, get that, and then go for some birds. If you're 800 GPM, you're definitely trying to split the map, or maybe you can find some picks on top of Gulp while we're getting these towers. But it does feel like 800 GPM is just a little bit too scared. They have great teamfight potential, but
yeah,
we have the, so many beads on all of our characters from Gulp or CC immunity. It makes French Emperor's game a little bit more difficult than maybe it was in the past. Wait, hold on. Nemesis is fighting somebody.
Yeah, French just got caught. Fear to Evil thrown, and French jumps over the wall. Somersault away. Other still chasing, though. Hits one dash, hits two. Slice and dice, finds a slow, and a basic doesn't kill. French is still getting ran out throughout the jungle, but we got a pincer maneuver here from over the wall, but not even needed. Another gets the kill all alone. Meanwhile, the fight under the right side. Bird, April's dead to the Phoenix, and LeChill is still back there watching Lesimix zone away everybody from GPM. Good damage from LeChill. Almost kills Wangu, but no other kills found. Just French from the other side of the map. No, we're going back in and going for this bird, maybe. 2 in 2 on both sides. Right bird will be the first one to fall, but it's a good defense from 800 GPM as it does. Both birds dead. No ultimates in pocket except for another Mort. You probably clean up the left bird and then back up and maybe look for something else. Unless 800 GPM give up a couple of lives here. But I feel like you consign yourself to the loss of your birds and then you just try to play for the defense afterwards. Nah, Vibes goes in, but he gets drained of his health bar immediately after. Vibes is dead. Another gets that kill. Dagger in pocket. Can Wangu find the Exy? Shield blocks some. Very nice heal there. So Wangu doesn't get the chomp. Another forces him away, but Criquito kills the chill, and Lesimix in the front line. Looks like we were a bit split up there for Gold.
Yeah, everybody kind of turned around. Well, not everybody, but, we were split. As a couple of people were turned around to look at the Sobek, while, Lesimix and LeChill were off fighting 800 GPM by themselves. It's a type of, forced isolation. Well, maybe not forced. You put yourself under it. Subservient? There's a word here.
Voluntary?
Voluntary. Thank you, Mort. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one.
You're
Voluntary isolation, where that's just not a fight that you really can win, but you've already won the fight as a rule, right? Because you got all the birds. Gulp is, your 800 GPM is not going to win the game if they wipe you because you have so many towers. You have a tier 1 tower in mid. Like, you can get a little silly, it's fine. You have to back anyways. As long as we're up for the FG as it spawns and 800 GPM can't walk away with any other major objectives, you can take the dive there. It's kind of whatever. But there are some ripple effects from those kills. Ho Yi getting it means that they can get some more gold, some very much needed gold for their build. Skull finds that pyro. Shin's blade is online. So we're one item away from our Ho Yi being full build. They've already upgraded their starter. We have all of our penetration. Now we just need the Audibo, which is not a very expensive item. It's like 2,100 gold, so you don't have to put too much into there. But if you're Gulp, and all the birds are dead, and you're like a gazillion gold in the lead, surely you just kind of walk at 800 GPM here, right? Like, you just get all your ultimates, you run it down. $2,000 on the line. Maybe you play for Fire Giant instead, but Gulp's initiation is so strong. You know, keep an eye on the Mulan, watch for that Ansile pop above their head, because when they see that Ansile pop, that means that April's going to be going for some damage.
Look at Another, just walking for a flank and able to hit a huge rotation. Down goes French, and the Shell of Rebuke thrown down, but it won't shell away too much. Wangu's still down to half health, and at this point, Gulp are waiting for fire minions. A good root, and look at this action unfold. The Sunbreaker thrown down as Wangu gets a good pluck. Vibes is taking away damage, but Gulp is kind of ignoring kills. They kill Vibes, who just happens to be in the way, but we're really looking at this Titan, which is dead. Gulp are moving down the bracket to the finals.
Man, really good play from Gulp there. Everything about it was just beautiful. Maybe not as intense as that Labu game that we saw, but still really good stuff. I mean, LaChill was in their bag with this Newt pick. Yes. Mulan support picked, and it looked decent. I'm never hearing the end of that. And I really feel like Gulp was able to execute their game plan. Right? April was able to stay aggressive and stay relevant as this Mulan. The Another was able to scale, and LaChill was never properly acknowledged, while on the other side of things, Krakito was just constantly picked out and focused and killed. And that is really what you had to do to 800 GPM. You can't let the Ho Yi run away the game with their aspect. And notably, compared to the last game that we saw, 800 GPM, they did not steal back-to-back Fire Giants. Now, that is going to hurt your game a little bit when you're not able to, you know, get those larger objectives. So Gulp is able to really just kind of walk away with it. But again, what it really came down to in my mind is that Gulp was able to respond as well to the French Emperor. We had beads where we needed them, CC immunities where we needed them. The Fear No Evil very rarely had a chance to get its value, right? Whereas 800 GPM was hyper susceptible to all of the CC from Gulp. We did not respect what Mulan was capable of. Like, yeah, you know, it's not a conventional pick, but Rope Arrow and, you know, Masteries, still very strong tools when paired with that Ansel. You have to respect it. You have to understand that it can't kill you because the setup is very strong. And we got to see Agni again for the first time in a bit. Proc Slop alive and well. Agni uses it, and they have a gazillion cooldowns to just throw at you.
And I do think, even though there weren't any stolen objectives, 800 GPM still had some good moments throughout that. But it was this point right here. This was the upset team fight where a 4-man Skyfall followed by a meteor shower of Agni bombs. Like, it all fell apart so quickly after this one fight. Yeah. It went from like 9-6 to 13-6 to 17-8. That was just a crazy team fight.
Yeah, that was really, really good from LaChill. That was disgusting. Great play from the Newt there. And we do see, yeah, all the shifter shields. You know, yeah, Hi-Rez, if you're watching, you know, maybe that item, you know, maybe we just, you know what I mean? a little, yeah, just like a little bit. You know?
Man, maybe this is just like, you know, tank propaganda, but I'm having a little bit of fun. Let me have like one more week of fun with it, and then we can look at, you know,
all right, yeah, maybe we can look at it next week. Yeah, if you feel like you want to. But
the dev team is just so swamped, Musy. There's no way we can nerf it anytime soon, right?
True. Yeah. No.
We have to leave it alone.
Yeah, we have to leave it alone. Actually, yeah, we could just let it be as it is. What? And I'm gonna say what I said before. I'm gonna say it again now. Tanks have been good for a very long time, and now they're even better. You know what I saw? You know, we saw a lot of shifters, but we didn't see a lot of dwarven plates that game. So maybe dwarven plate's the bad item. Oh, we didn't think about it that way, did we? Lot to chew on here. Lot to consider. Back here in the booth, I'm writing a lot of notes. So
we'll run some numbers and we'll get back to you next time we see you on screen. But the next time we see you will be the finals. We're already in the finals for our EU Conquest tournament today. So stick around and we've got big action coming up for you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're here with Smite Prime Summer Bash. And we've got an EU Conquest tournament to talk about. And believe it or not, we're already in the finals. Morty and Musy in the booth today with the whole Prime team behind the scenes. And Musy, we have had a fun day of lots of games. And let's take a look at why we're here. What are we doing on this beloved Saturday playing Smite? Well, it's for $2,000. That's the prizing for today for the winning team, and that's quite a bit of moolah there, Muse.
Some big ones, 2,000 real American dollars there to take home over there for the EU Conquest gaming winners, but got to figure out who's going to be out here and winning and who's lost so far. More at that bracket will tell us everything we need to know and more about the journey to get to today. You know, when we were talking earlier today, I don't think either of us saw Gulp and Laboogs in the final, to be honest. But man, now that we're here, I cannot wait. This set is about to be disgusting.
We have seen a pretty good team, Gulp, last game. Or the game before that, Laboogs, this team looks crazy good. But there's one outlier that changes things up, Muse, that we haven't had to deal with all day. It's vault bans. And I think you can do a better job explaining this than I can.
I mean, the long and the short of it is, once you pick a god in a set, you can't pick that god again. They get locked away in the vault, right? So essentially, if you pick Thor game 1, you can't pick Thor for game 2 or game 3. No mas. So this is going to change up picks and bans a little bit here, basically making it so that when you have your game 1 draft, you have to start thinking about what you're going to be drafting in game 2 as well. So giving up that first pick or that second pick becomes all the more relevant, and you still get to ban away 3 characters in game 2 as well on each side. So overall, it's going to be something like 16 gods banned away in total in game 2, but only 3 banned away in game 1. So I imagine we're going to see similar compositions to what we've been seeing leading up to today. And let's talk about some of these picks that have been slipping through. I feel like bans have been a little bit... not like across the board, but like consistent, but also inconsistent, right? Like I've seen Aphrodite banned away quite a bit today. Thor's been banned away quite a bit today. Sometimes Cabrakan is banned. We got a chance to see Cabrakan, they fried, so maybe we don't let that through. But talking about what does get through, as a general rule, I think Osiris looks really good. Newt and Ho Yi have been like the ADCs to play today. In the mid lane, Morgan Le Fay has had her time to shine. Agni still looks very playable. Ton of damage to be had over there. For your supports, I feel like Sobek is still really strong. Sylvanas looked pretty good, but I wonder if maybe that was more of a Vibes thing than anything else. Like Vibes was able to make that pick look really strong, as opposed to like you can slam this into any composition. Cabrakan's support looked very playable. Benko played Bellona. It didn't pop off, but I'm still a Bellona believer, so I'm going to tell you that that's good. Yeah. And then as far as to like what doesn't work, I'm telling you that Kronos with no aspect is just not it. It's not good. I'm saying it out. I'm going to say it out loud. It went from hot take, maybe I wouldn't prio it as much, maybe I don't value it as much, to I just think it's bad. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in the Kronos aspect. Now, Kronos with the aspect, I think, could have some shenanigans involved. In fact, there was a report that a Kronos went like 11-3 in one of Laboog's games, right? So there is potential there, but I'm not picking Kronos. I really don't think so. It's just not something that I find a lot of value in. Like I said before, it was the Chiron that went 11-3. There was a Chiron aspect that went 11-3. So the Kronos aspect did not go 11-3, but the Kronos aspect isn't pumping big numbers. No, don't pick it. Just don't have it. Mulan support in the right conditions, I think, could be good. I think the game we saw was a right conditions kind of game, but when you specifically pair it with your Newt ADC, that is where she gets a ton of value. It creates this very hyper-aggressive dual lane to be had over there. So I feel like we have a pretty okay grasp on how we think picks and bans might go, but I'm ready for some more surprises. Oh, Susano and Honbats have been like the jungler for like every game that we've seen so far, except for like one where it was Nemesis. And the another made that look pretty solid.
It makes me think. I had this pick earlier. We'll go into picks and bans. I go on about this. That the EU seems to love the Hunbats pick. I feel like Hunbats has been kind of slept on when it comes to like most of our regular events, like okay, every now and then he's picked up if it fits like the vision of the big circle comp. You know what I mean? That's a pretty popular team comp, just a bunch of big circles, and Hunbats does that well. But aside from that, I feel like Hunbats has been kind of under the radar. He's been played in pretty much every game. It's been Herox, it's been adapting, it's been every jungler just about wants their eyes on Hunbats. But Susano getting banned instead with Aladdin.
He set off the board as well. I can see that. And Susano ban, I can understand because we've seen it be so popular today. This could leave Thor open for the taking though. Because like Thor, Dodgy, Bastet, one of those junglers is making it through. You could also, if you're Gulp, look to run back the Nemesis again, potentially. I don't think that's getting banned anytime soon. But also, I'm looking and seeing, like, Kabrakin should be able to get through here. Boogs likes to play that. Osiris is absolutely making it through. Agni, Morgan Le Fay. Haven't seen many, I haven't seen Discordia yet, but I really am a big believer in, like, a Discordia mid-pick if we want to be able to pick that up.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of pickable characters here. To be had. Not Horus, though. He's off the board.
Yeah, Horus has been one of the few consistent bans pretty much every game, and Horus just does so much damage. Even after the fix to Fracture not hitting as hard and all the other nerfs he's received, Horus is still very much so strong right now. A lot of utility with a god, high mobility, high crowd control, big heals through his passive and his 3. So let's just ignore Horus. Get that out of the way. I wonder how Vault bans changes up the draft strategy, though, because, you know, we have seen a lot of Hu Yi, the Nude, the Osiris, but in Game 2 or Game 3, if it even gets to that, you're not going to be able to have those repeat picks. So are we looking to save these higher value picks for later on in the set so we can come back with some vengeance, or do we just use them now?
So Dodgy was banned away. Nude's going to be first picked for Gulp, and that is a very strong pick for LaChill. Does a lot of damage, very aggro in lane. We could see the Mulan run back here for a Priel. And to your point that you were mentioning more, yeah, I agree. I think there is value in banning away something to pick it for Game 2 or Game 3, right? To kind of protect that pick so that the other team can have it so you can first pick or second pick it on the ramp. Well, into your next game. But there are going to be some very strong picks here. I see Thor got through. I see Kabrakin got through. I feel like there's a lot of really solid picks to be had here.
Now, you've said earlier that we've seen quite a bit of Morgan Le Fay today. Agni's still very popular, yes. But what if they're on the same team?
So Morgan Le Fay, I feel, could go either solo lane or support. Agni, if you're not putting the mid lane, I really feel like you're losing on a lot of what he can do, because the World Stone, Bluestone, Soul Reaver build, I mean, now the World Stone has Flat Pen, just makes this god do so much when you pair it with Chronos Pendant there as well. Just able to get a ton of value and just constantly throw out damage and CC and just check a lot of areas to be like, hey, listen, you can't walk here, you can't be here. And Morgan Le Fay, if you rock her, but the aspect is very much so like in your face and you get a lot of damage off. With the Osiris lock-in, I am thinking it's going to be like a Morgan Le Fay support and then an Osiris solo.
Well, that makes sense. I feel like that adds up because I do think you're right. You said Agni is best to use in mid lane, and while I think the aspect is fun, it looks cool, and it's a cool idea, Agni's just better in mid. That's just how it is. That's the way the items are playing out nowadays. But looking at Agni versus Merlin, which is going to be an interesting matchup. You have a lot of you have two characters that just want to kind of like sit back, not commit too much to a fight. We're just throwing abilities, throwing spells from way farther back here. Y'all can do all that messy stuff. We're just gonna sit back here and do our thing. But with Sobek in this now, so if Morgan's not our support, Morgan's not our solo, that's taken up by Sobek and Osiris. This is interesting here. What is this?
There's a lot going on right now.
We'll come back
in this moment. There's so what are we doing? Right? What are we cooking in EU? This must be from that spice route that we got going on over there. Because this is some cookery happening in this kitchen right now. I'm gonna look at left side because it's, you know, complete. Gulp.
What are they? I know it's like even weirder. Like what's? All right,
Is it Newt support on her? Newt aspect
Yes.
support on her ADC, Kabrak and solo Thanatos jungle Merlin mid. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yep. I think so. I think so.
Thor last pick. What's going on? Like, right. And then for the Boogs, hear me out. Sobek aspect in the jungle. And then, I don't know, Thor ADC. Write it down. So, you know, you're talking about how we like to see the Agni in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I think we're getting Agni aspect ADC. I think that is what we're looking at here, to be honest. That's what we're gonna see, which we haven't seen that in a minute. It's been a while since we saw that. So I'm very interested to see how that plays out, or if this is gonna be a situation where am I insane? Did I hear Tess earlier talk about something like a Clino Osiris ADC? Because Clino's the solo.
Yeah.
Right? So because Laboogs has been playing some shenanigans off screen, right? Where they had some interesting picks, like because they had like a Kronos aspect, Chiron aspect, like a combination. There's a bunch of stuff going on over there. This team comp is something that doesn't get answered until we get the game, I think, because this could be a lot of different things. But Agni ADC, Sobek, Thor jungle, Morgan Le Fay mid, and Osiris solo is kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, game's ready for us, so let's solve some issues. Let's dive on in and take a look at the rosters for the finals. We're in the finals of the EU Conquest tournament. It's happening right now. Gulp up against Laboogs. Game 1 of a best of 3. Morty and Musy in the booth today. And Musy, we've got our aces in our places.
Okay. Let's address the elephant in the room, right? And it's not the Agni aspect ADC. Conduit on her support. I'm gonna let that sit. I'm gonna let you digest that for a little bit. You know what? Watch this wave clear. Watch that drive. That's about to be insane, right?
Hey,
Boomba.
The nastiest impale just destroys a wave. Like, a wave's
it's
worst
gonna
nightmares.
be gross. So let's talk about what On Her can bring to the table as a support. And I'm gonna say something. I think On Her support can work. I think it can work. Because you could kind of make it work in Smite 1. And there was a period of time where you could kind of make it work in Smite 2 as well. And I think about Latent and the way that they would try to make an On Her, support function where you have all of the tools technically. Yeah, I see that wave clear. It's insane. You have all the tools technically of a support in the same way that Scylla had all the tools technically of a support. Think about it. Pillar can body block people. It's a slow field and it amplifies the damage that you're able to deal. Oh! Dude, that guy lost half his health. So he's got a pin that's able to stun. He's got a knock up on his dash, and items like 124.
Okay, dude.
Right. Right. All right. Lock in where we're gonna focus on. Don't get distracted.
Nasty, bro.
But think about it. Berserkers plus like a golden blade. You can go like an arrow bow maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not Ansel. Oh, Ansile on her ult? Tell me it doesn't I just got chills. Like there's so much to explore here, to dive into the potential here.
Oh, but you got to hit the impales. That's the real thing. One unfortunate miss, though. The sickening strike damage is pretty good, though, considering, these are still some squishy gods. We could talk about On Her support. That doesn't give him an extra 100 bonus health. You know what I mean? Pluck forces away beads from now both carries. That's really good for Ollie in the duo lane for Boogs.
So On Her as beads and not shell could be relevant here because Thor's on the side.
Thor is flanking in, but Ollie gets first blood. The chill is dead, and Herox takes down a Prio. You know, I think that there's some ball knowledge to this on her support pick, but you've got to be careful of the flanks.
Yeah, it's one of those surprise things, but at the end of the day, like, maybe you don't have the natural stats to be able to pull it off without, you know, some builds that you have to finish up, right? In grade guards, what are you going to do? Like shifter shield? Oh, daring today, aren't we? But what else is interesting to me is that we do have Cabrakan back in the solo lane, Thanatos over in the jungle. All right, we'll pull our eyes from the on her support for a little bit and talk about the other picks that we have. We haven't seen a Cabrakan solo like all day, and and I'm kind of under the impression that maybe it's just not as strong as it used to be, because, you know, Osiris has a pretty solid lane into this Cabrakan where they don't have to stress out as much about what they're able to do, because Osiris can take a really good sustained fight. Cabrakan wants to dump their kit on you and then leave, whereas Osiris is like, okay, I can take that damage and I'm going to keep fighting you afterwards. I can ult over some of it. I'm not as stressed out about it. 70 seconds on Osiris ultimate, plus his passive lets him walk through Cabrakan walls, so maybe he doesn't have to use the shell right away.
Oh, true.
Right? So, with that in mind, you know, you think to yourself, okay, well, Osiris should be looking pretty solid in this lane. I'm going to build my Shifter Shield of Shoguns and then big chillin'. Even Kinetic is, like, not bad, because Osiris, or not Osiris, but the Cabrakan with that Boomba's Cudgel is going to be weaving a lot of autos into their damage into you. So that means that Kinetic Cuirass is, like, a good pickup here for the Osiris, and that's a very popular item to pick up here so far. And then the other thing that I want to point out, another playing Thanatos. This guy just does not play the normal good junglers. He's just playing all the weird ones. But still honestly good, right? It forces Aegis when the rest of your team is, you know, trying to force beads or shell, so it works very well in this team comp here. And you'll notice that the only people with Aegis are the mid laners, but then, you know, the mid laner and the Agni, they don't have beads, makes them very susceptible to the CC. Like, you could just Thanatos ult somebody, execute or no, and just go for a stun sight. Like, it's not bad at all.
Wait, lurking in the waters, Skyfall, we're looking at the back line, Esco, very low, but dashes back to the tower, and that's the power of the Agni Dash, baby. A whole lot of distance covered and displacement immunity on top of that.
Battle Axe and Axe, whoa, Lestamix dead, soloed by Klino. That guy, yeah, like, Osiris has a good matchup into the Cabrakan. They both ult for ulted. Looks like Lestamix wasn't able to pop their shell, though, while Klino was able to pop their shell, so Lestamix maybe just didn't respect the damage as much. And, oh, Blinken.
Okay, but we're both going into the sky. Up downs, but doesn't execute? What in the world? I guess he missed or something. That's close.
Well, he's just outside of range. Oh, what a sight. To be able to get the damage they needed on the Thor. If they're, if that tier 1 was a tier 2, that would be a dead Thor, but Herox just barely able to squeeze on out of there. And I was looking at it before. I want to call back to it. Agni looks to be rushing the Avenging Blade for the first item in their build. I can get behind that because Agni's going to be able to apply that very, very easily. Just able to throw out a bunch of damage. You got the Bluestone there as well. So it's a lot of early lane pressure, because that's what this Agni ADC was doing in the past when we picked it, right? You picked it because it did a lot of damage. It was impossible to fight in lane. They bursted you. You're dead. You're crying. You're sad. A good answer into what Newt ADC is trying to do as well, because Chill is attempting something similar, albeit a little bit differently, right? Where Chill's like, hey, I've got a lot of like item procs. I'm going to build Tier Fing. They just finished it up right now. Chunk your health bar, you know, good night Bonza. Whereas Agni is like, cool. I hit you with some autos, I flame wave, I stun you, your health bar disappears, I play you at range. Now, Newt's a little bit, I like to say that she's a little stubby in terms of her range, right? She has to be a little bit closer, so I feel like the Agni could actually win out over the Newt in lane because he doesn't have to be as close. He can stay just outside of the effective range of the Newt to make sure that the Chill can't really get their damage off. So then that brings us back around to the On Her. The On Her can, like, put that slow field down, throw out a impale. We are holding gold and burning it, by the way. Okay, that's dead. Laboog's had no idea. But the On Her can kind of help lock down this Agni in a way, because we can get a disperse impale, Lechill's able to open fire.
So, By the way, free Gold Fury, that was like burned in 15 seconds. That was kind of crazy. Now we're ganking over here in duo, lurking in the waters, forced out, but April jumps away. Skyfall out, but Thanatos is in the air, throws him, yanks him out of the pool. That's unfortunate, but another has got plans. Ollie kills April way back there, but now he collapsed onto Ollie, looking for a second kill, but Charge Spray takes Ollie back to the tower. So eye for an eye trade, but a lot of ults taken out of gold.
Man, I wonder if it was just a small miscommunication difference where the other is like, all right, I'm gonna ult this Agni, and Lachil's like, no, I'm gonna pull him. Other's like, I don't believe you. It doesn't look like it, not to me. Yoinked. If Agni lived that engagement, I would be fuming. I'd be very upset. I'd be like, bro, you gotta tell me that. That's crazy. But it's a good start for the Thanatos. I love talking about Thanatos. Thanatos in Smite 2 functions a little bit differently from Thanatos in Smite 1, where you would look at Thanatos in Smite 1 and be like, this is my early game pick, you know? Doors up.
Doors in the air, lands right on top of the jungler. Another goes back up, and where will he land? Back down onto Herox, but Herox gets the kill on the Merlin, but Merlin gets the kill from the grave. Another lands and dies immediately thanks to a ganking Cleano as the chill kills Esco over in left side of the map. April is looking to maybe collapse onto Ollie, who's got very little mana, just enough for a charge prey, and disperse back, finds a good knockup, impaled into the wall, and good damage dealt there too, but no kill found afterwards. So back to where we're at here, Muse. 9 minutes into the game, 3-6. Gulp is down 3 kills and down about 1,000 gold as well.
I wonder if ECD lives if the another comes down from the ultimate a little bit faster. It looks like they were deciding to jump on either Shreya or Herox, and I feel like if you just immediately jump back down onto Herox, Thor can't throw out the hammer that kills your Merlin, and then, you know, Merlin's able to walk away from that Thor wall as it comes out. But, you know, we'll never know. Well, that's a very aggressive disperse.
Yes, it is. April's very low, too. Will they pay the price? Thor goes into the air, and, no, Thanatos goes into the air. They're both in the air. Ollie collapses around the corner, hits a tail whip, and kills April. Nowhere for them to go, and Gulp down one member. Lachil is getting invaded onto. Their purple buff is good as gone. Esco secures that kill. Solo dolo. Ollie a little late to the party, but Esco says, I didn't need you.
Yeah, and then, ACD forced to flicker away. Ooh, good damage, but doesn't look like Medusa will be able to find them. Unless...
Oh my God, look at the blink there. Very sweet, but Hammerback will take down another. Very selfless for the no execute on Snowback. But over the wall, ACD throws some Merlin damage out and completely dead to right. Saria, another one gone. I mean, this is a pretty good amount of action considering how early in the game we are.
I say both of these teams are very comfortable taking a lot of engagements, and their team comps want to be aggressive. They want to stay aggressive and keep the gas pedal on without, you know, giving up anything, especially between these dual laners. Like, ooh, okay, chill. Not able to find the Agni. They were able to slip away, but it is like the win con for both of these teams to get the Agni or the Newt super fed.
So, invade onto the left side purple buff. April is not on top of the buff. Instead, we're maybe looking for a setup on a kill. The chill is a little far, though, so even a good impale wouldn't have much reaction to it. So April and the chill are walking back to their purple buff with another. Check out the flank on Ollie, who's walking around the corner and looking to set things up from the backside. Into the air goes Herox. We're collapsing down onto Esco, who forced to use Aegis and then still died afterwards. Bound lands another onto the back line. Herox is drained of his health bar. Good Lord. And Ollie's all alone all of a sudden, able to get one kill onto the chill. And lurking in the water takes him under for a moment. And when he comes back out, we've got reinforcements. Saria from mid lane is there with their ult, and another is killed immediately as soon as a Saria shows up. ACD is now all of a sudden checked for their damage, and that's the end of it.
Oh, wow. I mean, it just feels like such a crazy scuffle. all the time, but the fact that LeChill lived for as long as they did is kind of criminal. Newt's such a slippery character. She does just a surprising amount of damage. And what is April building? So, upgraded Sunder's second item to go with our Shifter Shield is an interesting choice to make. So the on her support is going a direction that maybe I wouldn't have anticipated.
April seems to be going to their grave as Saria chases them down, and that's a good kill going their way. Laboogs are feeling very aggressive inside Gulp's right side jungle, but what will they get while they're there? There's a Pyromancer that can be taken, Firebrands are up, and even a Gold Fury if they want to take a quick jog over there, but instead we're kind of just splitting the map and grabbing little resources instead of investing on these bigger objectives.
These little resources are how you're able to, create and develop a... Oh my god, alright, he's dead.
I did not expect that damage. Another from the sky lands on top of Herox and Saria, but will die as soon as they land. So LeChill and another are both dead. Identical death timers, but Laboogs aren't going for Gold Fury. They're going back to farming.
I mean, it's kind of a hard pull when you don't have the Agni there to chunk away at the Gold Fury health. Especially because Gulp is just being so aggressive. Thor's in the air.
April's under the tower getting very active. That is the most active honor I've seen in a minute. Did you see him under the tower there?
I don't know what he's doing there, to be honest. Like, it's like... It kind of looks like inting, a little bit. I mean, it's not, but that's kind of what it looks like. You know what I mean? Where you're trying to find and force a lot here. Yeah, you just kind of call it like you see it, right? Like, oh, we're diving under tower, then we're just kind of dying. We have on her support, and I feel like there are a lot of tools to use with this character as a support, but we're not quite leaning it towards the direction that maybe I would have anticipated. Maybe late game we get to see something different, but we're lacking a lot of the utility that some of these other supports would have, and we're not necessarily building the utility either. We're just building a bunch of damage. Without this Cabrakan to offer a lot of big beefy boy tank, we just have another ADC.
Yeah, a less hard-hitting ADC that takes slightly more damage, but disperse in, impale into the wall, and that's half the health of Isco. There's the damage. April is just soaking up in the front line, throwing basics around, and you know what? We're getting active. I won't lie. We're getting active on this honor, but in goes another, and slams Saria's health bar. April gets caught in the front line. Saria melts them down, and down goes Herox to ACD yet again. Look at another, but Skyfall out, connects, but shield off of Selflessness will make sure that Isco is alive. LeChill's still around, but check out the gang from... Wait, Kalino's here? What is this, a crossover episode? What are you doing in solo lane? LeChill's plucked down, past the tier 1 tower. Dragonflight knockup kills LeChill. Another is getting ran at by this Osiris because Kalino's here for some reason. Now Lestamix is here too, but there's nobody left for you to defend. The fight's over. It's done.
Well, you could still maybe go for gold afterwards, but Lestamix and ACD should be able to walk away on her rounding the corner. We really are just fighting for the sake of fighting, it feels like. I don't know, Kalino's up 2 levels, that's why they're rotating out of solo lane to try to force something to happen. Laboogs wants to be aggressive, they've got a solid lead, but we just haven't been able to turn it into anything, and maybe that's why we're getting a little, antsy, maybe might be the way to put it, as a Preel. Mental warfare. Doing the old backstrat and a little emote to toss out, but again, LeChill might be in danger.
Playing a different game than everybody else. April is just, it's about getting active, right? I mean, I can't describe this type of gameplay as anything else than just getting active. Look at him up there, just impaling whoever. Throws a Desert Fury out.
The Sunder?
Does he find a kill? Oh! He does through Sunder. He does through Sunder, beating the inting allegations. Look at April up there. But meanwhile, their carry's falling apart. ACD dies too and gets shut down. That's kind of unfortunate, but hey, April's getting active, right? It's all worth it at the end.
Gulp is able to find a mid pad off of it potentially, but Laboogs get to win out a little bit bigger because they find that T1 on the left. I'm checking it on a Preel's build. We got Olmec Blue and Legionnaire armor. he could be. It could be like a berserker. No, it's not a berserkers. Maybe a Nemean. That could be fire. It could be fuego. The Chill's build is going to be coming online. They'll have a shifters. They need it because they're getting like turbo dove by Laboogs. They've so many people in that left lane. They've started setting up like concessionary stands. Get your roasted almonds here while you want to gank La Chill. $12. You're like, $12 for roasted almonds. Well, it's about the scenery. It's about the experience. I guess so. Okay, I'll pay $12 to gank La Chill. That sounds fine. Some almonds, good protein. Old Fury pick up by Laboogs, and no one's here to stop it.
Gulp is aware, but can't do anything because Ollie is zoning extremely well. Down goes Gold. It is 11-21 at 18 minutes into the game, and a 10-kill lead for Laboogs, along with a 6K gold lead after that Gold Fury. That's a pretty good spot to be in for Laboogs.
Gulp was able to get the Moonlight Queen Naga. That was like the trade-off. They give up gold for the Naga, so they're able to get a little something there. Surya is building the same like proc build, the New Age proc build with the E-Staff, right? With Bluestone, Soul Reaver, and now E-Staff to go with our Chronos Pendant. Whereas look like ACD has a similar build, but is opted instead for a Soul Gem to get a little bit more bonus damage across the board. I like that for the Merlin in particular. He procs that Soul Gem really, quickly and efficiently. Whereas, maybe Surya can't do that as well. She's really good at throwing out the Morgan Le Fay pokey abilities and just being able to get the E-Stat procs, so that's good. Let's do a quick shifters count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7's going to be built soon. La Chill will pick that up. That item's fine. Pyro confirmed by Laboogs. So,
dude, oh my god. Wait, April? Over the wall? Okay, April's good. Getting active is what it's all about. We're getting active,
yes,
right? It's pretty fun to watch. You can say whatever you want about April right now, but I'm having a great time watching this guy just move around the map, throw spears, and jump and stuff. It's like watching like a circus show.
It definitely does feel like a circus, doesn't it? I'm getting circus vibes from this one here, for sure.
The lion jumps through the hoops.
Don't forget to pick up your almonds when you're at the circus ganking La Chill. Oh, Aprile's dead.
Desert Fury just completely destroyed. That's a stampede. That's what we're missing there. I would have tanked that if I had stampede.
Oh, the stampede is what brings us together. You're right.
Picketing strike. It's right on another who goes into the air.
It's the stampede. That's what you were missing. All right, gank it again. Ooh, do.
Oh,
were you rushing or were you dragging or are you gonna gank on my time? So. April, do you know why I just threw a chair at your head? I don't know. I was like a believer. I was really excited. No, I'm kind of.
Oh, we're just getting started.
We're much of a believer. Oh,
oh, there's plenty more. This build is halfway done, and we haven't even seen the late game. Look at that. Disperse forces the dash away. Stampede in. We're getting active. We are just getting as active as possible. I would love to see April run like. You ever seen those like 90s fitness DVDs where like you're doing like workouts in your living room? Like that's what April's doing right now, running that show.
Oh, blink in.
Good blink in. Another just gets torn apart right before they get into the sky. They're forced to walk away as Herox slams back down on the team. April's in the front. Guess what? Getting active. Beads forced out and a huge Sundering Echo. Skyfall in response. April's still in the front and not getting active anymore. Finally killed once more yet again. Almost at double-digit deaths for Gulp support right now. But the rest of Gulp is feeling fine around the Gold Fury because the Laboogs can't burn it. Not without their team there.
Be tough. I mean, La Chill's got some damage over here on top of Surya. A good pick could be, if you kill them, it's good.
That's damage. That's a lot of damage. ACD barely off the mark, forces Aegis off of Saria, and Ollie in the back line. What are you doing back here? Ollie said, this isn't where I parked my swamp.
Tears in my eyes.
He's getting dropped.
Oh, man.
LeBoogs are gonna be able to get it. Another has no health or ult to try and contest it. ACD is forced back to base, and look at Ollie. That's not Ollie, that's Kalino zoning all the way back there. It's a level 13 April versus level 20 Kalino.
A great disperse. The Harpy is dead.
So active.
We're level 14. Let's go. We got there. Oh boy. I don't know. This one's tough. It started out fairly, I don't know, Gulp like had the sauce, we had the plays, it was good. But LeBoogs has an actual support, is playing it as such, has a real team comp. Like, it doesn't matter that your Agni's 2 and 6 because your mid lane has been like able to super farm all game at like 11 and 1. What do you do about that?
Yeah.
Hold on.
But in goes other and other. Wait, Gulp have a good engage here. Wait, execute onto Ollie. Ollie's dead. That's a huge shutdown. Klino all alone with 3. Forced to ult over the wall. April's getting active. Hits a disperse and dead. So Gulper back down to 3 members. And look at Les Medics. Look at go in the front line. Almost destroyed Saria's health bar as Esco is just chipping away at whoever looks at him funny. Skyfall roots down 2, but not a lot of follow-up from Gulp. Saria takes down Les Medics. ACD and LeChill, the only 2 left alive. LeBugs have 4, but all low health bars.
Man. I mean, there was a moment where maybe Gulp could have turned something around, but just not quite able to happen there. Lestamic's getting a lot of damage across with this Caprakan, though. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
That Glad Shield is putting in a lot of work here. You got that Genji's Guard online now, too, so getting a lot of cooldowns reset for a Caprakan. That's solid. Good potential here from Gulp. Not gonna hold you, though. Pretty sure if LeBoogs just like do fire, do pyro, and just kind of like walk down mid lane, I'm pretty sure they could end the game in like 5 minutes if they want. That is kind of what it looks like. Oh, wait, here comes April!
April is in the back. What is... We're getting so active in this game. It's like...
Woo, what a workout, right?
I don't know what else is...
LeBoogs is like, did you hear
just
something? What is that?
Dude.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been.
You want to do something about this?
Oh my god! How do you think Gulp is feeling as a team? Like, what is my support doing? Like,
I think Gulp is pissed. I don't know. Like,
I would imagine.
I'd be a little maybe we're coming with new plans for our game 2 draft. Is maybe how I would turn this around. So,
well,
look at it this way: the Genji's Guard that's on the way for April is going to turn this game around when you think about it. Oh, hold on.
that is true.
Got something?
Esco is losing health rapidly, but Dagger forced out as Klino kills the chill. April was getting active up there, but another just suffered so much off of Herox's hammer. Still fighting over the ritual site. April is not letting off. This is their final stand. But Klino ganks around the corner. April says, never mind.
They have really strong legs from how much they've been getting active, too. They can stand for quite a while. I'm trying to think about how Gulp can, like, turn this around. Like, how do you play into LeBoogs at this point? Because this is another... maybe it's a little less impressive, I don't know if that's like the right way to say it, as when we saw the last time LeBoogs on screen where they were going insane, because like Gulp has been playing it, they've found some kills, but LeBoogs has been just like playing normal Smite and winning really hard. And if you're Gulp, you're like, okay, we got our tier 2s up, we got Merlin, we got Newt, like these are good carries. And the Nude's getting their items online, like Xy's up with your Avenging Blade and your Tear Fang. So like there's a lot of damage to come across on the board. The penetration is here. But how are you starting a fight aside from like throwing a Cabracket at somebody or maybe a Thanatos? Oh, the chill.
Oh no, let's chill. No, Herox gets that kill very good from Laboogs. They collapse and Lessimix and April watch. Not getting active yet.
Not getting active yet. Well, you've been willing to disperse in all game. Why stop now?
Yeah, what? Hey.
What's the holdup? You know,
game.
like what's going on? Oh no.
You know, April, I see you back here with us backliners, and I could have swore that you were a support. Let's take you back up to the front. Let's get you up there. You're not a backline support. You're my frontliner. I need you to frontline.
Yeah.
That's what I need from you right now. So take yourself up there. I don't want to see you back here. If you're lateral with me on this playing field, I've got a problem with you. I've got a real problem. I need you to disperse into whoever is back there trying to deal damage and stay back there until you're dead.
You know, what I find really unfortunate is that I am a genuine, I think on her support, there is a world it can work with the right items and the right build. Not upgraded Sunder's second item. Like that's just not, it's so expensive. It's not, we have no util. Like if we have Stampede instead, surely it's better. I don't know. It just feels like a missed opportunity here.
Okay, in goes Clino, right under the back line, impaled into a wall right after. That's the kind of peel you get from April right there. But Clino's still going from ACD, who seems to be suffered, force a flicker so we didn't get stunned. Herox goes into the air, another high up in the air as well. But Hovering Death is going to be used for safety instead. Herox landed next to the team. They'll go for the bird and walk away right after. Laboo's got the objective, and then now they're bolting.
Fire Giant HP regen pushes the health bars of Laboogs back up out of threshold as the another is going into the air. So even though we had the Sunder ticking, we had the damage going, it just wasn't quite enough. Now Laboogs get to take another fight right afterwards, and we still have a Sobek ultimate in the back pocket if we want to take that fight. But Fire Giant falls off in 25, so it could get kind of sketchy.
That was very sketchy. That was the cleanest engage I've seen off of a Thorwall in a hot minute. April and LaChill, the duo lane for Gulp is dead as disco. Laboogs have all 5 here in mid lane, taking down this tier 2. ACD going back to base as 5 members of Laboogs look at this middle lane Phoenix, and nothing will stop them. Other just getting back out of the base. And Lessimix is watching, stunned for a moment. And lockdown right after the pluck goes on to another. Gulp are starting to fall apart. Their defense is not looking good. Thank goodness for one more Hovering Death to get you out of harm's way, because Gulp cannot defend that Titan. Another kills Esco around the corner, hits a scythe and runs for his life. Look at him go, swinging his scythe until he falls. Lessimix kills Ali, and with Herox down to 50 health, maybe Gulp's defense is looking pretty nice. Klino's locked down for just a moment. ACD doesn't have the damage online just yet, waiting on cooldowns. But ACD, Klino jumps over the wall.
Oh, Lessimix just barely not able to catch Surya there. As we're finishing up that back, just didn't have the vision. So Gulp are able to stop Laboogs from ending the game, but you lose your mid and your left Phoenix. Ow, pulling fire. You know what? Not a bad fire pull, right? Boogs is down for another, 15, 20 seconds or so. You have it on her. We're prot shredding. Give him rolling damage too. Could be good.
Okay, Proshred is here. Wait, Stampede in. April's getting active. Dragonflight out, but that's a knock-up. And landing Herox in the backline. Skyfall up, and ACD is dead. Look at the backline. Saria dies to April. Are we finally getting active? Herox kills Lestimix though, and Lachill all alone yet again. Locked in place by Kalino. Lachill cannot live much longer. Esco kills April. 4 dead for Gulp. And the Boogs are marching up mid lane to finally end this game and take game 1 of the set.
Another. Oh, you might as well go on for it, man. Get one more stat onto the stat line there. I mean, you know, both times I've seen LeBoogs play, I've been speechless. And last time it was because LeBoogs was looking really, really good. And this time, I think if there's a lesson to be learned here, it's that if you don't know how to cook, stay out of the kitchen. Because there were some moments of greatness, but ultimately it did just kind of fall apart. I don't know. I don't know. Mort, say something nice.
We left it in the oven too long. That happens. I mean, sometimes, look, I've loved to bake over the years. Sometimes I'll put something in the oven, I'll fall asleep, I'll take a nap, I'll forget about it. I'll wake up to a smoky apartment, and then that's kind of what's going on here is the apartment almost burned down. You know? Mm-hmm. And that's just natural. That's part of growing up 101 is falling asleep with something in the oven. Everybody's done it. There's not a soul that's watching that hasn't, you know, or here with us. Musi, you've done it before.
You know, when I first moved out of my parents' place, I put a cheeseburger pizza in the oven. I took a nap while it was cooking. I woke up. I had a carbon disc, and I could not eat. And it was a big bummer because I really wanted to eat that cheeseburger pizza.
Sounds crazy.
I burnt the crap out of it. That was nuts. You know, and to talk a little bit more about the good things from this game. Obviously, LeBoogs is playing really clean Smite right now. Klino is operating the Osiris pick really well. Herox is playing a really good game. Morgan Le Fay, we did not talk enough about how this 14-2 mid laner absolutely just had a wonderful game in the mid lane versus ECD. And Ollie on the Sobek, plucks were always on point, and you know, when you compare the supports, like there's going to be a very obvious like better one here, but you still have to give the flowers to Ollie. And you know, the Agni ADC, it was okay. I think it did its job, especially when you're going into that Newt ADC I value the Newt ADC very highly. So I think it's a good answer into what she does, because you have a lot of ranged poke and pressure. I mean, at one point, this Agni just like ran at Newt and killed her at a purple. Like, it's just kind of what you're able to do. So still was able to get a lot of damage across the board. The Boogs are looking very, very good today. They've been looking very, very good all day.
How do you get 1 structure damage? What could you do that deals 1 damage to a structure? There's no way it's a basic attack.
You could like run into it on accident. Like go like, no.
Whatever it was, 1 more shot for Gulp to turn this around, or LeBoogs are going to be emptying out their pockets. We'll find out how game 2 goes when we get back from a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SMITE Prime Summer Bash event, where we've got an EU Conquest tournament happening right now, and we're in Game 2 of the final. So let's talk about it. And who's here to talk about it? Morty and Musy in the booth today with the Prime team behind the scenes. And Musy, we've got one big thing that's going to affect how this next game goes. It's vault bans.
So, you're a little late to SMITE Prime if you're not familiar with how vault bans work. In essence, once you pick a god, you cannot pick that god again for the rest of the set. This applies to both teams because the god that you picked is locked away into the vault. The long and the short of this is we will not be seeing on her again. Hallelujah.
No.
We're up. We have never been more up at this moment. Right now. This is it. This is the most up. This is the strongest we will be. So that's good. And we don't, newts out and, whatever.
There's a Cupid support in the bag. You just haven't seen it yet. There's so many more ideas. We've got picks and bans coming at us. We've got some banger picks. Music, get it together. We've got bans. We've got picks to work through. I just hope. Look, I hope that we haven't seen the pinnacle of excitement because we saw a lot of cool stuff today. We saw Sobek solo, the neutralizer, the neutralizing solo laner. We saw Mulan support. Not as much of a neutralizing pick, but still pretty fun. The ultimate neutralizer, the equalizer, April with on her support. The house, the most active that a support has ever been in support history. We'll never see another more active support than Honor. Is great, but there could be some better stuff out there. So let's keep our fingers crossed here and hope that we see something good.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what we won't be seeing. Eset Aphrodite off the board. Disco is a good ban. I'm surprised we haven't been seeing more Discordia. To be honest, I still value the Disco very highly. Highly enough for a game 2 pick, so not too shabby. Now, I am interested to see what Clino goes, because we've been really focused on the Osiris, these auto attack warriors. I wonder if Bologna could be a pick. We saw it earlier today from Deathwalker. Didn't have its time to shine, I don't think. Where I am kind of convinced that the Bologna pick could be good. Like, these auto attack solo laners have a place right now with the way that Kinetic Cuirass is, and Berserkers, Shifters.
Yeah.
Like, I really want to see it. I feel like there's value here, especially because the Cabrakan is not playable either. I feel like Cabrakan has easy answers into like what Bologna's traditionally like to do, where you're like, oh, you're gonna try to bludgeon, I'm gonna stun you out. Blah, blah, blah. So this could be a great Bologna game. We just need some follow-up to go with it to kind of chase after it, right? You'll notice the Aladdin hasn't been banned away yet. Dodgy has been banned away, but like the Hunbots that has been so heavily favored all day today will still be open for a jungler to be able to pick up and play. And a Susanoo too was not banned away this time.
Mm-hmm. And a Horus that's still open right now. And that would change things up. Hey, you want to talk about getting active? Imagine April playing a Horus. That sounds good. That sounds really good. I'm excited to see. There's so plenty of options. 10 gods taken away, all from last game, and the 5 make it 6 that you see on screen, and it's a Scylla ban. Interesting. I feel like this might be a jab at potentially April. You never know. It also could be a jab at Saria, who's only played MLF all day today. Only character that person has played is MLF, so changes things up.
Take away more mid gods, right? But the Susanoo will be the first lock pick here for Gulp. Very strong jungler. Been seeing a lot of it today. I think if you're Leboogs, the opposite end of the matchup has been Hunbots, right? You've just been taking Hunbots in response to Susanoo every single time. I feel like Hunbots has a good fight into the Susanoo, and of course. Yeah, Horus slipped through the cracks there. And if I know anything about Ollie, it's that they have been looking really good with everything that they touch and play. So I'm excited for that. Chiron.
Aspect of the heroic tutor. It's on the way.
Yeah, it was the Boogs that played Chiron Aspect earlier today that went 11-3. Tess was able to let me know. I wonder if we're going to see the run back here. And if it was Chiron Aspect ADC, is that what they were playing before? Or if it was support. But
Yeah.
it
No,
has
it
been
was
kind of
ADC.
having its resurgence. It was ADC. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I think what also part of what makes this cool too is that so Horus hits updraft, right? And then he gets an empowered basic right after. That basic will proc Chiron's 2 with aspect, right? That's part of like, you know, you get so many basics onto one guy and then they're stunned in place. That counts as a basic. So it's kind of like having like Athena Reach counts as a basic. Same thing with Horus 1. That empowered little froof counts as a basic. So I like where this is going. Loki, maybe solo, but maybe jungle too. Poseidon mid, maybe jungle.
I like this Laboogs comp so far. Like, there's a lot of potential synergy here. There's a lot of different ways that we could be playing this. Because you could even go like Horus Poseidon dual lane, Chiron mid, because I know that Laboogs likes to play the Chiron aspect, but also like full strength Chiron does an absurd amount of damage right now. Just like an actually crazy amount of damage. On the other side of things, though, Gulp, Susano, Zeus, and Jormungandr, very strong top 3. Jormungandr should just be able to neutralize every solo lane ever. He out-clears, he out-farms, he out-paces, and Zeus has got just a ton of damage to throw down as well.
Now, wait, Aladdin's here? Pardon me, Muse. I might have forgotten my glasses today, but is that a Danza Burrow?
It is. It is. So Danza Aladdin are going to be our last 2 picks for Gulp. It's a lot of dive, right? Okay. But this is the team that April is on. What is April playing? There's the Hunbots for Laboogs. That makes sense. The Laboogs comp, this makes perfect, beautiful. Oh, yeah. I love it. All the sense. Right, great game 2 draft. What's going on over here?
Danza support. You thought honor support was something? Look, Danza support. There's a world.
There's a world, you know, and I think there's a world where you might be right. I think Lestamix is probably playing Yorm. ACD could be playing Zeus. What about Susano support? It's probably Aladdin support.
Man.
It's probably Aladdin support. With the way that today's been going, with it, you saw the last game, it's probably Aladdin support.
Is this real? Okay, all right.
I don't like it. I'm gonna say it out
loud.
I'm not a fan. Yeah, clear comms.
Zeus carry, Danza Burrow support, Aladdin mid.
Okay.
Just saying.
You know what? Maybe.
There's your guess is as good as mine. This is all we do during picks and bans nowadays is just throw something at the wall and see how it sticks. But let's see if it's stuck or not. Let's go into the game. It's ready for us. Game 2 of the finals of today is here, and it's Susano support. Morty and Musey in the booth today. Game 2 of the finals. EU Conquest tournament. Gulp up against Laboogs. Musey, go ahead.
So Susano support, we got the conduit and a blink. So April is just gonna run at them again, and this time maybe they'll kill them all, and Gulp will be super aggro and turbo win the game, and victory. That's how we're gonna win. It's a terrible plan, but it's the plan that they got. Whereas you look over at what Laboogs is cooking, and the knowledge check here is insane. Right? So the Chiron aspect to ADC with your Horus, ton of survivability. Like you mentioned before, the synergy mort where you're able to, you know, get the Chiron 2 off, so you got the stun that happens. And then it's Aladdin mid and Zeus jungle. Zeus jungle. I didn't know Veraxis was in this game. That's crazy. Kind of feels like Gulp is just trying to like farm kills, and maybe that's how they win the game. The plan outside of that is hope that we kill them first. This invade's cool though. It's kind of gutsy.
A little bit. Herox is onto it. Was he able to take it? Can't tell. Infuse strikes. Really hurt other. Oh yeah, this is over. This is GG's. Go next.
Herox got the scorpion and killed the another on said scorpion. And you know that Herox got it because he picked up the consumable right away. So our Zeus jungle is going to be off to a really rough start. And
he's like, I'm farming.
I'm farming. We are farmers.
You're gonna see me for 20 minutes.
For real. We're level 2.
Wow,
no,
look at
doesn't mean anything. Hey, you put conduit on a character and they're gonna do a ton of damage. It's like what we saw before in game 1, where like Apriya was like hitting people really hard, but then like it didn't matter.
Okay, updraft. Oh my god, the damage Esco has too. Look at that. Lachil is gone and April is just juking away. Maybe they're going to circle back and find some damage of their own, but basics are hitting really hard from Esco. Barely off the mark from the one there. April is still alive somehow, but eventually will fall. This is not looking good for Gulp.
No, it's really not.
Oh, Muse. What do we do, Muse? How do we recover from this? How do we recover? We already gave up a kill to Herox at like 10 seconds into the game. Now both our duo lane is dead, and at this rate, they're only going to snowball even more out of control because it's Chiron, Aspect, and Horus. This is really bad.
You know, maybe if we rush shifters into upgraded Sunder, we can really turn this game around more. What do you think?
Dude, a shifters
Cooking,
on
yes, no?
everybody on this team.
If we build shifters on everybody, we could do it. We could cross the distance. We could get there. Right side, solo lane. One of us jump in. Jormungandr, he's Jorm. Lestimik should be able to get out. He's fine. He's got an Aegis. But, I don't know. Gulp is going to be playing for like hyper late game when all of our characters get to have level 20s and all their items. My support is ganking mid. It didn't work.
Well,
but the pressure's good, I guess.
Look at Humbats here.
Nope.
Poor ACD is like, oh, my freaking farm is just in split by like 2 people. Wait, look at that. Oh my god, they almost killed him. Firebrand's getting taken down. April's going back to base. This is a crazy
It's amazing
game.
that Gulp is able to find and make so many fights while simultaneously losing all of the early game neutral objectives. That's cool. Loki solos out rocks. Shout outs.
Shout out to Kalino. Man, we haven't even got to talk about Loki solo all game. Loki solo is like crazy good right now, and we're seeing the debut of it for today from Kalino. No way. No way. The Aegis it. Minions kill him. Yes. Great. Shout out.
That's not a bad one for one.
No, it's not. It's not at all. April's killed yet again. One for 5 here at 4 minutes into the game. Other and other dove under the tier 1 tower. Is this a fever dream? Like, what is going on here? Fear no evil. Overhead smash. The chill is low. Horus ult under the tier 2. That looks a lot more realistic. Oh, the teleport. Here's other and other.
I like the beads from Lachilla. I like the back off there from the Horus too. Other and other's dead.
Again.
Oh, good lamp.
Oh, a lamp. Oh, it was a pretty nice lamp.
Get in there.
Who's gonna go in there?
Get active.
Ollie's just running around. Ollie's getting active by running laps around the lamp. And surely won't
He's
get
out
chased
of the
down.
lamp
Finally,
after they all went in. Go right. Okay.
And he's good. Dash back to the homies. He's all good.
You made it. That's what counts. Oh, he's dead.
Why is he still there? He didn't have any mana. What is this game? Is this real?
It's EU plays Smite a little bit differently than maybe what we are used to seeing, right? And that's okay. That's just what we do, right? We'll lock in. We're gonna lock in here, all of us. You, me, gamers, the audience. We're all locking in here. Focus up. Yeah, it's all. Here it comes.
Oh my god. Boom. Shakalaka.
Big.
April's got damage too. Lachil gets dropped? No. Do not tell me. Don't tell me. Okay. Didn't have No, you're not gonna emote on top of him after he almost 2v1'd you? Come on, April. And then Herox jumps on top of you right at. Come on, dude. There's no way we're dancing on his corpse when he almost 2v1. The Daybreak Gavel was online. Music, items, shifters.
I saw a shifter count 1, 2 so far, but looks like Ollie's going to be building one soon. You see Survivor Sash hitting Graveguard. So I did see that Daybreak Gavel though. That's actually really tech. Because what Daybreak Gavel says is like, oh, when you heal an ally, your next ability is going to hit harder. And with this Chiron, you're going to be healing your allies when you pop that training exercise, or really, at like any of your abilities, because of the Chiron passive. So you get to proc that like for free. It's very good. We are going to kill this Chiron.
Yeah, we're going to kill the Chill. Dead, Donza Burrow. Raccoon found in trash can. Overeaten. Lightning Storm thrown down. Other and others got some damage, but Ollie's just tanking it away. Esco is pretty healthy too, but finally.
No
wait,
way.
Knock up off updraft? No way. We're still alive. Aegis forced out, and a good gank from ACD, who finally showed up and hits him with a lamp. Ollie back in the lamp and back to doing laps.
All right, dash in onto a Priel. They're going to get away and pop that ult.
No way. Typhoon alive. April is still here and slinging damage. Fear no evil finally landed out of sight of the lamp. We all go. Herix finds April as soon as they get out with an overhead smash. Somersaults over the wall. Infuse strike into ACD's forehead. Another dead couple members of Gulp means free purple buff for Laboogs.
Honestly, when all's said and done, the game is still fairly, like, even, right?
Yeah.
Like, the gold lead isn't too different. It just, everything feels very sloppy. Where Danza
Why is
ulting
my
on top of
carry
him.
up there?
He
Why
wanted
is
to
my
die.
carry at their red buff?
Because that's just where he wanted to be, man. Don't judge him.
We're getting active. That's what we're doing.
getting
Gulp has
active.
never been more active than I've ever seen. This is the most active team in a life. Look at April taking it to Esco down one level, but says, "I've got shifters." That's the cheat code.
We all just went to the Priel school of Smite 2. We're like, you know what? That Honor had some pretty good ideas last game. What if we all do that? Then we'll surely win. Right.
I'm starting to see neck behind the aspect. That was kind of a sick. Did you see the sun at the end there? That's pretty cool.
I did. It sucks because the Boogs is showing us like actual technology here.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna take notes from any of this, Aspect Chiron is like very playable. I don't care about this lamp. I don't know. Can I get this guy?
I'm just so jaded. Like, I don't know. Does it really matter at the end of the day? Ollie's kind of winning this by like a long shot. Herox slays other and other
Horus.
outside the lamp. And
Yeah. Wait, assault? Bubba?
or assault on top of April. April dashing through to go to the neutral camp and steal that away.
Oh,
No way.
got
We
him.
took down Saria. There was a vision the whole time. That was the vision. April saw it from a mile away. He was promised that kill hundreds of years ago and got it. That was so good.
That's good. It's solid got back there. Less to mix on this. You got that evil eye there. Really solid, you know, adaptive stats. What's unfortunate is that I actually do really like the new Yorm build because you're going like that eye, but then you go like Dwarven Plate. You can get shifters, Soul Reaver, E-Staff, upgrade Shell, and have Aegis, or maybe upgrade your Aegis and like get a Shell. That would not be bad at all. Let's do a quick shifters check. How many got? 1, 2, 3, 4 in total. 3 for Laboogs. A team that has more shifters tends to win the game at this point, so things are looking good for Laboogs. Aside from maybe the obvious. But so far, so good. April?
So far, it's looking really good. Tank and tower shots away. Lightning's... No, that was the knockup for Poseidon. But ACD goes under the tower, crippled by the whirlpool. ACD can't chase him down. Chiron ult from downtown slimed out the entire mid lane. Shout out to Isco for the rotation. Now we can walk up mid lane. I mean, there's not much we can grab objective-wise. There is a Gold Fury, but Lachil is around with an ultimate ready, so we'll settle on a safer objective, this tier 1 tower in mid lane.
Yeah. I'm going to be able to break the map open and rotate to gold. Good objective to get. Not too bad, you know, out of base, 50% faster, and just keeping your presence seen on the map. I have a lot of respect for Laboogs. Because they have been playing this. April's dead, I don't care. They have been playing this game, the last game, every time they're on screen, they've been playing it really clean. They still adhere to, like, the social conduct of Smite do. You know what I mean? Like, they've been respecting objectives, that they've been going for team fights, they're not trying any weird shenanigans. Their team comps are solid, they are executing them. So I gotta say that, you know, shout outs to Laboogs for keeping it clean, keeping it good, and doing what they've been doing. I like a lot of what they've been able to execute today. They took apart pretty much every team that they've come into contact with. It's kind of insane. And, you know, just kind of pans out for them. I'd be surprised if they lost.
In a world where okay, Esco kills the chill on the left side. In a world where intelligence is so strong with flat ping being introduced, I'm kind of surprised to see ACD go for a strength-based Aladdin build instead of intelligence. You know, the Spiridesso and all that. I feel like that just makes sense for Aladdin right now, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like his scaling was, like, hit pretty recently, so maybe now you don't really go too much on, like, the Aladdin int, but I still feel like, you know, instead of hitting for, like, 1,200, you're hitting for, like, 1,000, right? Like, you just gotta hit all your buttons. Feels dead. So that's kind of why we see, like, the Jotuns and the Transcendents. Oh!
Ooh, very nice. ACD just cleaned up Herox. Esco hits Chiron ults from outside the lane, but we're still fighting inside the lane. Lesimix is looking for a knockup, missed it barely. In goes Clino, stuns onto the chill. We got low health bars across Gulp right now, but Gulp are still fine with taking the fight to Boogs. Horsold goes straight towards the lamp, and away goes ACD. Killed immediately, and Donza ult locks him in place for a moment. Do we have the damage to take down Esco? But Ali has heals for days and will not let his carry die. Lesimix kills Clino in the process, though. But look at Ali just continuing to give heals to Esco, one after the other after the other. April goes straight to the back line, but gets peeled off right after. Kraken ready to go, knocks up April. Another swings around and kills Saria, though. But Esco barely still alive. The heals won't help you out enough today. Other is dead to the hands of Herox, but Esco killed in the meantime. Ollie still in the front line. Herox is cleaning up everybody else on the map.
Looked like it could have been a good fight for Gulp there for a little bit. But the extended fight, very much so, leans the way of Laboogs because of the healing from Horus. Like, it's not a terrible amount, but when each of your carries are building like some degree of health or protections, you can fight for a lot longer. I mean, I just watched a Chiron take a Danzaburo ult to the face and like not care about it. They just shrugged it off.
Yeah.
That's because they had, at the time, they had like shifters, Daybreak Gavel, it's a ton of health, it's a ton of protections, but they still get a bunch of damage because of that Daybreak Gavel. Now they got this Avenging Blade too, so they're able to shred away prots. I mean, look at this. April is like driving their head against this Chiron, and for what?
You get active. Kill goes on a Holly. Lucio falls too. Dual lane dead for Gulp once more. Another hiding around the wall. Maybe looks to throw down an ult and get some damage out, but stunned by Fracture. Snipes from all the way on the other side of the jungle. Another is dead inside their own lightning storm. It is clear skies for Laboogs in their left side jungle. They won't go for Gold Fury. Scratch that, they will.
ECD went for the lamp on top of Poseidon. Didn't pan out. And, you know, Saria is still holding on to a Kraken. Woo! Just barely avoided it. Like you said, Gold Fury is going to be picked up and put down by Laboogs here. The damage on this is a little slow. Maybe that's like the drawback to this team comp. Your objective burn just isn't quite there, but your team fight is so good that, you know, really these objectives are only being pulled after you know that nobody can contest you on them. Chill's dead. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, my Danza. He got hit by a bazooka.
Aerox is about to get a kill on April. It's a 5-level difference between my support and jungler. That is pretty wild. It is a dominant game we're in here, Muse. 16 minutes in, it's 11-31. Gulp hasn't gotten a single kill since my last recap. April looking to change that, goes into the Pyromancer, takes down Saria. And will they walk away? ACD killed the Pyro in the process, so Gulp stole it and got a kill. They will lose April in the process, but that's fine. It is what it is. There's still more fight to be had. Lightning Storm thrown down and almost caught. Aerox off to the side, but other just walking away from the team. Horisult ready to go, and Lightning Chain thrown out. Lestimix is not able to keep them from taking the teleport. Ooh, Dot's a little late to the party there.
But we're on this Moonlight Queen Naga. The bird looks pretty good. LaChill, you know, being that traffic cone to stop Laboogs from interfering with the Moonlight Queen Naga pull. I mean, hey, when you're 0-8, the best thing you can do is just be annoying long enough so that your team can get an objective on the map, right? That's just what you gotta do. That's how you're able to find your own kind of win there, right?
That's pretty good damage. And Kalina almost got wiped right there. He's got a level lead, too.
I mean, Jormungandr does have that shifters plus E-staff combination, so he's able to do quite a bit. Looks like April will be able to get away as well. Kalino actually might be in some level of duress here. There's a lot of grouping by Gulp on the right-hand side. But there's no real objectives to pull at this point, so a lot of what we do is just kind of hang out until it's time to do fire. And honestly, Gulp has a lot of, like, potential to turn something around, but it just comes down to whether or not they'll be able to, you know, land everything and hit it all, and if they can overcome the gold difference here.
Okay, knock up off of Typhoon, doesn't hit much. April is still gunning for anybody who has a low health bar. Ollie is able to soak up a bit of damage through Protector Surge. Lightning Storm thrown down, and all of a sudden things are falling apart for Laboogs. The taunt is able to keep Esco busy for a moment while the Aladdin Lamp is busy with bodies from Gulp collapsing onto Laboogs. Now there's 4 members of Laboogs inside the lamp. It's a dog pile on top of ACD. Herox will fall right after. Saria cleans up 2, make it 3. Triple kill for Saria. And Lestimix the only one left alive after the slaughter that took place inside the lamp.
Man, and just in time for Fire Giant to be up, but the Boogs have got bigger things to deal with. The Jormungandr is the next target.
Bigger fish to fry, and no fish is bigger than this Yorm, but he has been fried just as easy as the rest of the catch. Gulp are in serious trouble. Laboogs can do whatever they want with the map now.
Yeah, Fire Giant's up. Everybody's still pretty strong. We could go for a pull here. And what is Gulp going to do about it except, you know, fall over and die when they do try to go in? I mean, realistically, at this point, you're down this much. The fights aren't going your way. You want to split the map. You want to try to get whatever you can. Like, there's still tier 1 towers to be had. Go clear a wave.
Yeah, good damage from April, but won't find a kill on Saria. Bit of laughing there too. You gotta love that disrespect. That's another kill on 2. Another other. Gulp is just losing members like flies. Laboogs can surely go for an FG pull sooner than later.
They can do it whenever they want to do it. Laboogs can do whatever they would like to do this game. They could do fire. They could walk to mid-burn. They could go to goal. Anything they want to do. Gulp is just kind of letting it happen.
Okay, Lestimix going for a steal onto FG. Esco secures, and Lestimix lands back outside of the pit. As they're going to fight their way out of this one rather than escape because their ult is down. The Kraken, just slightly bigger than Yorm. ate him alive. And April is there too, because why not? April's getting active. Not anymore.
How many times did April die on the On Her? We're trying to beat that record, I think. It kind of feels like. Already beat the record already? Shoutouts. Another is
Same.
not long for this world, and the Boogs, I don't know. I'd like. They'll be able to kind of strip clean all the birds. Gulp don't have a team fight. They don't have items. They don't have the chill.
GG's.
Oh, you can see it.
Let's go next.
Jeez. There is no next.
See y'all next Saturday.
Part of me is like waiting. Oh.
For what?
Oh.
For that?
Well, yeah, I was
Double
gonna say,
kills?
part of me was like waiting for a moment for like Gulp like turns it around on top of the Boogs. Oh my god, they've been sandbagging this whole time because they've been holding back on their true power, and now they're gonna like go crazy. But
There's that Susano we've been waiting for. Turn the whole game around. April, we're so glad you went Susano support. Wait a minute, into the lamp for one more fight. ACD is just running up and down the walls and gets slimed out as soon as he lands from his wall climbing adventure. Herox is just jumping around in the lamp, having a great time with his pals. April, the last one left alive. The last line of defense, the equalizer of Gulp, is here to save this game. Typhoon does like 150 damage. Now everyone from the Boogs is just looking at the Titan. Dagger popped and Fear No Evil down. April dead, and same thing with the Titan. That's the finals.
all right, shout out LeBoogs. You know, they were doing something to the psyche of. They did something to their brains. Some form of psychological warfare that made them int. I think it was maybe like a contraption or like a help me out here, like a something.
I got nothing for you.
No replays, alas. That's all right.
Look,
well,
we do have stats to look at. Pretty good ones here too.
these are
9 shifter shields.
Stats of all time. 9 shifter shields.
Oh no, that's
like an
not
aside.
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7. Yeah, let me say. Can't count. That's all right. See the damage here.
Okay.
A lot of damage from. If you're gonna take away anything from this, it's that I think the Chiron aspect is genuine tech. I think that's genuine tech. If you want to take something from this, I think that's really solid.
Dang.
A lot to like kind of glean
structure
from
damage.
this. From who? Where is this?
One person.
Oh,
the rest of the team is
the
no
other
structure
another
damage. That's the whole team's structure.
That's tough. You know, it was a risky gambit that if it if it worked out, Gulp would have gone to game 3. If they were able to execute on their game plan of get an early lead, win the first couple of fights, group snowball. We have a lot of run at you characters, but unfortunately, the other team was not gold, so they were able to shut that down and win. So let's see how the day went.
Yeah, bracket's ready. Let's take a look at them and how we got to this point. And how we even got to a finals that looked like that. Well, it's because the top 3 contenders for what we would have wanted to see in the finals, Inner Circle, taken out first round by 800 GPM. And then Invasion lost to LeBoogs, who won the whole thing. They took down Sunprod's team with Hydrogen and Benny Q. And then Smoke Break, taken down in the second round by, again, LeBoogs, who arguably had, I want to say, the toughest ladder for today. Optimus Gang might not have been, the biggest thing, but Smoke Break and Invasion back-to-back, those are some pretty big dubs. But that's not all that we've got for the Summer Bash event. It's been a whole summer full of fun, and we've got more fun happening next Saturday right here on SMITE Prime and SMITE Game Twitch. with more prizing.
That's right. More prizing. NA Joust coming up on the 25th. That'll be next week. That'll be fun. You know what? I have thoroughly enjoyed each Joust tournament that I've been able to cast. Like, each one has come up. The gamers are looking pretty strong, and it's always just a really fun time.
So NA Joust next Saturday on the 25th, and then the next one following is an EU Joust. So you talk about Joust music, we've got plenty of Joust coming up.
It's a good time. I love me some Joust. There's some good times to be had in there, especially now that we have like flat pen and everything like that in a game. I think it could be some really fun stuff to come out of these Joust games too. Some interesting interactions, but you know, there is more on the docket. There's always a little bit more to be seen here. It's EU Conquest, July 18th. That's today.
That's today.
that's right. It just happened. Let's get a do-over.
So we're running back the whole bracket. No, I'm just kidding. No,
so we're gonna do the whole bracket.
$2,000
again.
going the way. Honestly, I would have fun with it because it's been a fun day of Smite overall. Like we could talk about how a bit of a letdown in the finals and whatever, crazy games that were fun but not as like thrilling. You know what I mean? But I think we had some good games to watch overall, right? Like seeing the finalists knocked off so early was like kind of like a wake up call. Like we are in for a crazy day, and it has been a crazy day, and I'm very thankful to have such a crazy day with all of you watching. Thank you to everybody with Hi-Rez, Smite Prime for making this happen. Thank you to Musi for joining me here in the booth, along with the Prime team for helping me out today. And most importantly, thank you to every single viewer that tuned in for this broadcast today, because it has been a blast. We will see you next Saturday at noon Eastern. Don't miss it.